To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, it's a baby Friday. Happy Thursday. The Murph and Marcus show with no Brian Murphy. Taking a little 2-day vacation out in Scotland. Going out to his buddy's third marriage, but today filling it is a man that has been married in Scotland before.
That's
Dieter
right.
Kurtenbach, what's up, man? How you doing
I'm
this
here
morning?
only for travel advice. Very strange, right? Because Brian's already gone. What's he need to hear this for? But if he's listening after the fact, checking out the podcast page, knbr.com/podcast, I can give all the Scotland advice you need. I got more Scotland advice than I know what to do with. Meanwhile, we got some actual football and some baseball and who knows, maybe even a little bit of basketball to get to today. Happy to be here, Marcus.
A lot of topics to get into this morning. Giants lose last night in Milwaukee 5-3. They're back to 67-67, 6.5 games out of that wild card spot. You mentioned a little basketball news, maybe talk a little Pajemski this morning and how many threes he's going to be throwing up for the Golden State Warriors.
That's going to be fun.
The number one story of the day is not only Dieter showing up in studio, but Dieter showing up to 49er practice yesterday, which did not happen with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Murphy's not here. I was there. Brandon Aiyuk. Well, it's a hot mess, Mark. And it hasn't changed at all. I mean, John Joe Curley was telling me before the show, like, you filled in for, 7 days, Dieter? All we did was talk Brandon Aiyuk. Now I'm back at the end of the month. We're only going to talk Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed for 6 months, Marcus.
We could re-rack each and every show every day over the last 6 months. We had Marcus Thompson on the show on Tuesday, and Marcus was out in Paris covering the Olympics. I said, Marcus, we haven't talked to you in 2 months. 2 months ago, Trent Williams was holding out, Brandon Aiyuk holding in. I guess the only difference is now that Brandon Aiyuk is officially holding out.
That's right.
After not practicing yesterday. But, Dieter, you were down on the scene down at Levi Stadium.
As I'm wont to do.
Yeah, paint the picture for us because it seemed like it was a highly anticipated practice trying to figure out whether or not Aiyuk was going to be out there.
Well, you've never seen so many media members scampering coming into a practice in your entire life. It was legitimately hilarious watching everybody trying to get to the opposite field at 49ers 49 practice facility, trying to get some eyes on the wide receivers, see if number 11 was out there. I thought the diabolical thing that Brandon Aiyuk could have done was change his number just before practice just to throw us off his scent. Turns out there was no scent to be smelled. He decided not to show up, and this, of course, almost immediately after both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch came to the dais at Levi's Stadium and said, we expect him to practice. We said, what happens if he doesn't practice? And they said, we'll deal with it. Well, they're dealing with it now, Marcus. This is escalated. If it can escalate, it has escalated. But at the same time, kind of par for the course. A holdout becomes a hold-in. What's the appreciable difference? It's going to cost Brandon Aiyuk some money, but this dude made about $10 million a year by sitting on his ass for the last 6 months, and so what's $40K to him?
I mean, that's the real difference now is that Brandon Aiyuk actually has skin in the game. Before, with him showing up to practice, there was really no negative consequence with him holding in. But now when we get to the holdout situation, whether or not it really was the doctors clearing him of his back and his neck injury.
Yeah, those things.
Dieter, I think we all figured out when he was flying out to Las Vegas with the team. This is a guy that obviously wants to be with the team, we would think.
Yeah.
But still doesn't really figure out what he wants in terms of guaranteed money or contract length or whatever the hell is holding up the contract now.
It's been weird. I know that's like the term of the year right now.
Yeah,
weird.
weird.
Like, let's be peculiar, strange, unprecedented. We can go down the thesaurus and figure out different words for it, but this is abnormal what's happened so far because when it was a hold-in, it never made much sense. What are you doing here, Brandon? Why are you showing up to work every day if you don't want to work here? You want to go play for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Don't be in Santa Clara, California. Go be anywhere else. Put a little bit of pressure on the Niners. Meanwhile, they're having meetings, face-to-face meetings, countless face-to-face meetings. John Lynch, Brandon Aiyuk, tell me how much you love me. Oh, we love you so much. Show me how much you love me. Well, we love you this much. Well, that's not enough. It's strange. It's weird. It's emotional, frankly. I have been on the record for months saying that Brandon Aiyuk not cut out for this whole wide receiver, diva, pay me my money sort of a thing. He's an introverted guy. I don't mean this in a negative sense. He's a sensitive guy. He takes criticism poorly for a professional athlete, right? It doesn't just brush off him. He feels it. He wants to talk about it with you. If you go in on him after a game, he'll have those conversations. I like Brandon Aiyuk a lot. I've worked hard to have a decent relationship with Brandon Aiyuk, and he's never struck me as a guy like a Deebo Samuel who's like, give me number one. I'm the man. I'm the dude. There's not an alpha personality with Brandon Aiyuk, and yet when you're asking for that much money, you have to take on this persona of I'm the man. You can't do it without me. I'm the best. And now, credit to Brandon Aiyuk. He stayed strong on the point of you're going to need to pay me what I'm worth. And he knows how much he's worth because the 49ers let him test the market a couple of weeks ago. So now we get into the point where someone's got to break, but I think the 49ers are already past that. I think the 49ers have already told Brandon Aiyuk, told everybody, frankly, by having him travel to Las Vegas last week, declaring him a healthy player, saying that he should have practiced yesterday. The Niners are done with negotiations. They're not going to meet what Brandon Aiyuk wants, and that means he's got to play on the fifth-year option, or he gets to do his fifth year all over again like I did my freshman year of college, right? He just gets to do it again because if he doesn't show up to work, he's going to get suspended beyond just whatever they're fining him now. Goes on conduct detrimental to the team suspension, and then they can stick him on the restricted list, and then he doesn't get credit for the 2024 season. And now we're in an even worse situation. But credit to Brandon Aiyuk, man. At this point, nothing to lose. Might as well make it a little weirder.
I mean, he's making his stance, and here's the thing. The stance should be set. The market should be set, especially after the CD Lamb contract earlier this week.
Yeah.
It's not like CD Lamb was going to magically bump up Brandon Aiyuk $5 to $6 to $7, $8 million.
He kind of did, though.
You think he's above $30 million now with that CD Lamb contract?
Yes, that CD Lamb contract is absurd.
Wow, so you're saying that Brandon Aiyuk, because we first reported it was about $26 million offer from the 49ers.
Yeah, that's gone up to about 28 now.
Around 28 with the Pittsburgh Steelers, around 32 with the New England Patriots.
They're willing to match Pittsburgh's offer, but that's still not enough.
Now, if you're in the Brandon Aiyuk camp, you're sitting here watching the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract come out earlier this offseason saying, hey, I should get $30 million. But you shouldn't be here saying I should get 34 or 35 like CeeDee Lamb or Justin Jefferson because Brandon Aiyuk is not those guys. And to your point, they have that alpha-type personality. Those are pure wide receiver ones. No one's talking about the Shanahan system and Brock Purdy creating opportunities for you.
Right.
No, these are legit number one wide receivers.
Yeah.
Brandon Aiyuk, you could put him ranked 9th, 10th, 11th, somewhere in that range for the best wide receivers in the league. He's not a top 5 wide receiver, Dieter, but he wants that top 5 money.
And you know what? Frankly, he's justified in that stance. I'm with you. Where do we put Brandon Aiyuk on the list of best wide receivers in football? We don't put him in that elite class. And I can tell you, any person out there who plays fantasy football, notice where he goes. I don't think they're just caking in the fact that he's got this holdout. No, like he's going in the middle rounds. He's not one of those top dudes. And all the top dudes are done by round 2 in your fantasy football draft. He's 4, 5, something like that. But when you're talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown and you're talking about CeeDee Lamb, there's also an important distinction, and this works for Brandon Aiyuk. Those guys get their receptions from the slot. CeeDee Lamb's not a guy who can break press coverage with a physical corner on the outside. He's not somebody who could do that coming into the league, and he still can't do it, and they just paid him $33, $34, $35 million a year. The Cowboys have to scheme him to get open. Amon-Ra St. Brown isn't big enough to go play on the outside. He is a slot receiver. And you're Brandon Aiyuk, and you're looking at this situation, and you say, man, I am deprived of targets in the situation that I have to play in because we are a run-first team. I am deprived of maybe the glory that I deserve because I'm so constantly asked to block. But I'm also the best blocking wide receiver in the NFL. You can ask Pro Football Focus about that. If you put me in a situation like an Andre Johnson back in the day, like a Julio Jones back in the day, I'd look like those guys. Now, that's a bit of projection on everyone's case, but I play X. Yeah. I play on the outside, and I do the dirty work. These other guys are getting paid more than $30 million a year, and that's the sticking point in this negotiation. Give him 30 or more. Those guys play in the slot. They don't do squat for you in the run game, though I like Amon-Ra St. Brown as a blocker. He's just not built for it. Those guys are in the slot. I'm on the outside. I'm a more important receiver than them. The 49ers disagree. They also have to functionally handle the fact that Trent Williams is still holding out. that Brock Purdy has to get paid, that they're already way over the salary cap for next year. They got a bunch of top-level players, and it comes back to this point, Marcus, time and time again. Mm-hmm. You pointed it out perfectly. Where does Brandon Aiyuk fit in the hierarchy of wide receivers? 7, 8, 9, 10. Every other player on this team that's gotten paid, unquestionably, the best or has to be in the conversation to being the best at their position. Fred Warner, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel when he got paid, Nick Bosa, obviously. Just go down the list. It has to break at some point. And the 49ers put a line in the sand. They said, we cannot reach this number for a player that is not of that caliber in our estimation. And Brandon Aiyuk's like, well, the New England Patriots are going to pay me $32 million, so let's see how this thing plays out.
Yeah, we'll see if Brandon Aiyuk wants to go catch passes from Jacoby Brissett. He got named the Patriots starting quarterback yesterday. It seems like all options are on the table. We have some sound from John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, talking about the Brandon Aiyuk situation and Trent Williams and Dieter. With all that being said, we're 1 week away from week 1 of the NFL season. Ravens and Chiefs, Thursday Night Football.
Wow. Where does the summer go, my friend?
1 week away of football. We'll continue to preview the 49ers season, give you all the updates you need on BA and Trent Williams. Also check in on the San Francisco Giants sometime today with a few players being placed on waivers. We'll talk to Susan Slusser a little bit later, but we'll get the full guest list on the other side from Young Tony. John Joe Curley's back. Dieter's filling in for Murph, and it's Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We blessed to have life this morning.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. It is an incredible contest, and we want you to stay tuned. We are giving these tickets away at 7:50 this morning. It is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
From the stretch, the 0-1, a swing and a line drive deep left field. Conforto going back onto the track. It's over his head, off the bottom of the wall. Frelick scores. Churrios speeding around third, on his way home. He'll score without a throw. Now Contreras, and he blasts one. Deep left center, way back, and gone. And things have unraveled here in the fifth for Kyle Harrison. A two-run home run from the Brewers' all-star catcher, William Contreras. Harrison, who was 1 out away from making it 5 scoreless innings, and now a 5 spot.
I think it's just like any team. I didn't really notice anything too specific with that team. I felt great, trusted my stuff, and got away from my stuff in that last inning. Wanted to stick with certain pitches, and, I just gave in a little. Learned from that.
That, of course, is the voice of Kyle Harrison on a Thursday morning, talking about being knocked out of the game in the 5th inning yesterday out in Milwaukee. And, of course, this is Marcus Boucher hosting the Murph and Marcus show today.
My God.
Murph on vacation, out visiting a wedding out in Scotland. We got Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in the number 2 chair this morning. And I know Dieter loves talking some San Francisco Giants. Well, Dieter, guess what? They're back to 67-67. 500, just like they've been all season long. And after last night's loss, after Freddie Peralta carves them up 8 different times, they now sit 6.5 games out of the wild card. And it really feels like this season has been over for a couple weeks.
Yeah, now it's official.
But now they've been kind of flirting with the opportunity to get back in the wild card race. But last night, getting back to 67-67, it seems like we know what this team is, Dieter.
What did the talking heads once say? Same as it ever was, same as it ever was. I mean, this team just cannot beat the allegations that they're mid. And, fair enough. Fair enough. At least we know what they're about. I think the indictment on this squad right now is that a couple of weeks ago, I can say that a couple of weeks ago, you have Farhan coming on the air, talking a big game, saying they got the best pitching staff in baseball, saying that they think they can make a run at it. And nothing has changed. They couldn't even make it to September with a glimmer, just a slight hope of making the playoffs. I think their playoff odds are at like 1% now. After yesterday, they were at 2% going into the game.
Ooh, so you're saying there's a chance?
No, what I'm saying is there was never a shot. It never made any sense. And all they did was play 500 baseball, as you would expect, given everything they had shown to this point. All they did was play 500 baseball during the stretch of the schedule where they were supposed to make hay. Yeah. The reason that you were buying into the Giants, if you were still someone with orange-tinted glasses, was because, the August schedule looks somewhat easy. It looks viable. And I was on these airwaves earlier this month, and I said if they lose a single game to the White Sox, it's done, it's over. That is an elimination game. And then they lost a game to the White Sox in embarrassing fashion. And there was part of me, I won't lie, that said I might have been a little bit too hasty there because they're hanging around. But now the Braves are playing good ball again. Obviously, the Diamondbacks and the Padres have just lapped them. This is a 4th-place team. Let's not even talk about them in the wild card standings anymore. Let's be honest about what they are. They're the 4th best team in the National League West. That is fully unacceptable. And I thought the management let them down again. How many times have we said that in the last couple of weeks with Bob Melvin? Letting Kyle Harrison go out there and sort of feel it out when he was a 2-pitch pitcher the entire game and letting him go through the lineup for a 3rd time That's unacceptable. Obviously, we know the result of what happened there. But even after a couple of hard hit balls, I mean, you don't even need to get to the Contreras home run, right? That fifth run. You pull him. It was clearly unraveling. Get him out of there. Give him a chance. Give your team a shot. And instead, you just get this total demoralizing inning, and the game is over. There's no way this team's scoring 6 runs in a game. So the game's over. It's just another loss that you can pin on a bunch of different areas. This team is just, they're cooked. And again, they couldn't even make it to September within 3 or 4 games to where you say, hey, if they get hot, they couldn't even get through the cupcake part of their schedule. Now that September looks brutal. And frankly, we'll talk to Susan Slusser about this later. But I think everything from this point on needs to be about 2025. Not as if it hadn't been. Not as if they shouldn't have been focusing on that. But let's just cut the fat, get rid of the nonsense, and just start really looking at 2025. I say get Luis Matos up here. Let's see what Marco Luciano's got. Give these guys 100 at-bats for the rest of the year. Shut Harrison down so you have something next year. Call up a bunch of randos from the minor leagues as if that's a change for this team. And let's see if we can get some momentum going into 2025 because 2024 is lost. It's been lost. It's definitely done now.
Well, that's what the message should have been all along, going back to the trade deadline. I mean, you brought up the White Sox series, you brought up the Braves series and the mismanaging of Bob Melvin with the bullpen and stuff like that. But going back to the trade deadline and the decision to keep Blake Snell. When everybody who watches the San Francisco Giants, everybody who watches baseball knows that Blake Snell is going to opt out at the end of the season.
I'll give a little bit of deference on this one. We thought that this was how it was going to go, but we didn't know. And you watch Blake Snell in his last start, and it's still, I don't know. There's still the Blake Snell that we saw early season hiding in there somewhere. I think he had 2 starts, maybe 3, before the trade deadline that were really good.
Yeah.
And so you say, hey, this could be turning the corner. And then he continues it for another couple of starts, and now he's clearly going to opt out. So now you got nothing for him. Can't do anything with that. It was a bad bet, unquestionably. I'm not sure, though, that we could say with impunity that Blake Snell was 100% gone at the trade deadline.
No, but my point is it's the mixed messages. It's keeping Blake Snell, but then dumping Jorge Soler. And Jorge Soler has been hot as hell ever since joining the Atlanta Braves. He was hot when they
traded him.
That's exactly. He had a 3-week stretch where he was mashing the ball.
You know what this team could really use? Someone who could hit the bejesus out of a baseball.
Yeah, and then on top of Jorge Soler being traded, we were told that it opened up the opportunities for someone like Marco Luciano.
How'd that work out?
Marco Luciano was up for 10, 11 games, barely even got in.
Yep.
They said that he had a hamstring issue, but they were out there using him as a pinch runner.
That's right.
I mean, the mixed messages to send him back down. He just went deep again last night for Sacramento, so I'm with you. Let the kids play. I mean, especially when you're looking at the salary dump moves of a Jorge Soler, and now the news that we got yesterday of the Giants placing Thairo Estrada on waivers, Taylor Rogers on waivers. If this is the route you're going to go, then let Marco Luciano get the opportunity at second base. He's been working there this year with the Sacramento River Cats. Give him the opportunity. Yep. I've seen enough of Michael Conforto and Mike Yastrzemski. Give me a Luis Matos. That's got to be the message. If you're not going to compete for a playoff spot, which you're obviously not doing right now, let the kids play and see what you got.
I mean, you have Ramos. If we have to talk about a win this season, Ramos is unquestionably a win. I think you could say Tyler Fitzgerald's a win, though it hasn't been the same Tyler Fitzgerald experience as of late. But here's the problem. They're going to end up going with Brett Wisely at second if someone does take Thairo, which I don't think anyone will, by the way. And I don't know what that means, if that he sticks around or whatnot. I don't think anyone's going to pick up Rogers. I think he's owed $12 million next year.
Not with that contract.
With that contract. So and we're past the trade deadline, so you have to pick up the full freight of these contracts. I understand why they're trying to dump him. I have no problem with them trying to dump him. I'm with you 100%. Let the kids play. I just don't like being gaslit a couple of weeks ago and being told, we're going to let the kids. Trying to have it both ways, trying to say, actually, we're going to compete, but we're going to compete with kids. If that was the plan, and I hate to go back on this point, but nothing has really changed. If that was the plan, why didn't you do that from the onset? Why don't you start the season with the kids playing? Give them the run, and by now we might have something to where they're probably going to be the same kind of team, and at least we can say, hey, they're on the up.
I mean, think about the positives that you just listed. Elliot Ramos doesn't get an opportunity with this club unless both Austin Slater and Jung-Hoo Lee both go down with injuries.
That's right.
He was the first guy cut in spring training this year with the San Francisco Giants.
Somewhat deservedly, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he wasn't lighting the world on fire.
I was all about Matos this spring.
I was with you. I wanted Matos as the opening day right fielder or even left fielder, whatever. We're splitting
Stick him in
hairs
a
here.
corner.
Yeah, exactly. Put him in the outfield somewhere. We talk about Tyler Fitzgerald. He doesn't get the everyday opportunity unless you get rid of Nick Ahmed.
Right.
So again, when we're talking about these veterans blocking guys, like even Marco Luciano, we thought he would get at-bats at DH. No, instead it went to Mark Canha. Like, again, Mark Canha.
Thank God they got Mark Canha, though.
I'm glad that the Bellarmine kid is back in the Bay Area, Cal Zone. It's a good story. But again, Mark Canha is not a part of the future with the Giants.
No, he shouldn't be part of the future month of September for the Giants.
So that's the confusing part, the mixed messages, the gaslighting, and it all comes down to...
Let's not call it mixed message or anything. No, this was a concise... Farhan's a sharp dude. We cannot pretend as if he's not aware of what he's saying. And he's coming on the station later today. Excited to hear that.
Yeah.
He knows what he's saying, and what he was trying to do was have it every which way to cover his own ass. And guess what? He got exposed in the matter of a couple of weeks, much less the rest of the season. I don't know what September is going to look like, but I want to come back to this for one final time. 4th place team. Unacceptable. Unacceptable for the San Francisco Giants. And not to count dollars, with the amount of money that they spend on their roster to be a 4th place team. You know, the Diamondbacks looked like they were struggling there for a little bit. You couldn't overtake them. You couldn't do something to be better than the Diamondbacks. The Padres, they're selling dudes. They're trying to get rid of guys. They're not bringing in new money. I mean, it's terrible what happened to Peter Seidler, but like, that was the money man. He was the guy pushing his chips to the middle of the table. He was bankrolling the operation. He's out now. It's run by a trust fund. You can't beat them in a season where they appreciably said, we're going to take a step back. 4th place team. A couple of years ago, we were talking about how did we get even with the Dodgers here in San Francisco? How do we pull even? After 107, we were all high. Hey, you know, they just won the division. Maybe the gap is closing here a little bit. They are so far away today that the notion of even mentioning the Dodgers in the conversation we're having is laughable. They're not even playing the same sport right now. They're not playing the same sport as the Padres or the Diamondbacks. The broke boys in Arizona are kicking their ass. It's unacceptable.
The Padres lost Blake Snell and also Juan Soto.
Yeah, but they lost Bob Melvin, so that might be a win.
That might be the key. And meanwhile, here's Dodger fans lining up 8 hours ahead of time for a Shohei Ohtani bobblehead yesterday.
I mean, hell, can we get the dog? The dog seemed like he could do better stuff than some of the guys out of this bullpen.
Hey, Decoy did throw out a good first pitch yesterday. That's a good boy. That's a good dog. And we got a good board up as well. Before we get out, let's get the guest list real quick from Young Tony. Young Tone, happy Thursday morning. How we doing today?
Big Tone.
Happy Baby Friday.
Happy Baby Friday. What do we got on the guest list, Tone?
By the way, just so you know, Giants have a 1.3% chance to make the playoffs.
Look at me and my math.
There's a chance.
Samsonite.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about, Tone.
Yes, indeed. Well, we got Susan Slusser coming up at 7:30. She had that report yesterday that was per Ken Rosenthal that the Giants put Estrada, Taylor Rogers, and Tyler Matzik on waivers. Anyone can claim them. We will get the latest on that from her at 7:30.
Who the hell's Tyler Matzik?
They traded for him, actually.
Yeah.
I know.
The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:15. And then a guy who was at the Niners facility yesterday, Matt Mayoko, at 8:50 this morning.
Ooh, and we also have a guy that was at Niner facility yesterday. He's sitting to my left.
So much respect from Young Tone here.
Dieter Kurtenbach in the building, filling in for Brian Murphy on the other side. We'll get Dieter's account of what went down yesterday at the practice field and Brandon Aiyuk not showing up. Also, we'll get to some sound from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, giving their thoughts on the holdouts, the hold-ins, and all that good stuff. It's a Thursday morning. It's a Baby Friday. It's Marcus Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We are still stuck in the mud here on Brandon Aiyuk, who is on the roster because he reported to training camp. Trent Williams, who I'll get to in a second, is not counting against the roster. So at this point, they get into the practice schedule this week, and they're going to practice this afternoon. And sort of the understanding was that at this point he would practice, so we're going to have to see if he's on the field this afternoon with the San Francisco 49ers. But again, no closer to an extension or a trade there than we were the last couple of weeks. On to Trent Williams, who seems like he is intent on proving his point that he deserves more guaranteed money and a raise on that contract, expected to make around $20 million this upcoming season. Perhaps he will carry that into the regular season.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Thursday morning. Marcus Boucher, Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. Young Tony on the ones and twos, hitting us with a little bit of Tupac changes this morning. The problem is nothing has changed with Brandon Aiyuk. Whether we're talking about the day after the Super Bowl, Dieter and JD filling in for me and Murph a few weeks ago. I mean, it's the same old storylines re-racked with Brandon Aiyuk. I guess the only difference now is he's holding out instead of holding in. After the big news yesterday that Brandon Aiyuk did not practice, you heard conflicting reports, whether it's Mike Garafolo from NFL Network or Greg Papa on our own airwaves. Everybody was saying that Brandon Aiyuk was expected to practice. Well, Dieter, you were down there at Levi Stadium yesterday. That's right. What was the scene like walking out to the practice field and not being able to see Brandon Aiyuk?
It was, at least something had changed.
Yeah.
Right? That was the difference.
At least that's an actual update.
I mean, you could say, hey, nothing has changed because Brandon Aiyuk's still not practicing, but now he's got some truancy on his record, you know? And there is an appreciable difference here, and the question is, how long does this last? How long is Brandon Aiyuk willing to push it with the 49ers? Because the NFL season starts in a week.
7 days.
Okay, the Niners, they play on Monday Night Football, but the Niners are practicing to prepare for the New York Jets. Now, today, their roster's down to 53. Here's why Brandon Aiyuk was expected to practice. Let's just get into the nitty-gritty of it. They're not going to give him a new contract. There is no new contract coming for Brandon Aiyuk. Not after the market got set the way that it did with Justin Jefferson and all the things that we already knew. But now the CeeDee Lamb deal pushed it to a whole other level. Because, as I was saying earlier in the show, Brandon Aiyuk can say, well, I actually play wide receiver. CeeDee Lamb plays slot receiver. Pay me as much, if not more, than him. And right or wrong, the market has already told Brandon Aiyuk that he's worth more than $30 million a year. The 49ers are looking at it and saying, we can't do that. We can't do that. You're not the number one option in our offense. You're not the number two option in our offense. You're probably not even the third or fourth best player on our offense.
Is he a top 5 player on the roster?
No, full stop. I mean, Trent Williams isn't on the roster right now, so I guess we can get into that. Can you even look me in the eyes, Marcus Boucher, and say that Brandon Aiyuk's the most important 49ers wide receiver?
No, I can't.
No. And so the 49ers have a number, and they have moved that number a little bit. And they've certainly moved it a lot from where we were in February, what they expected to have to offer, 22, 23, 24 million. Now it's 26, 27, 28 million, but they're not going to 30. They're just not going to do it. And they'll take the lumps, they'll take the hits, but they can't do it. They can't make it fit on the books. And there is the dynamic in the locker room of if you give Brandon Aiyuk $30 million, almost $10 million more per year than he would have gotten in February, had the 49ers and Aiyuk gone into a room, turned off their phones, and just hammered this thing out. If you give him that kind of money and you can't say that he's the best wide receiver on the team, you certainly can't even put him in the top 5 of players on the team, how can you ever win a negotiation with anybody in that room again? How can you tell Brock Purdy, hey, you got to take a little bit of a hit here on this upcoming contract for the betterment of the team? And maybe that ship has already sailed with Nick Bosa, but you can't have a conversation about the best defensive ends in football without talking about Nick Bosa. You can't have a conversation about the best left tackle in football without starting with Trent Williams. Best running back in football starts with Christian McCaffrey. Brock Purdy was an MVP candidate last season and deserved a better click at it, but Christian McCaffrey was taking votes away from him. You want to talk about best middle linebacker in football? Hey, we're starting the conversation with Fred Warner. Those guys get top of the market rate because they're top of the market players. And Brandon Aiyuk, all credit to him, get as much money as you can. Legitimately, you're here for a good time, not for a long time in the NFL. I have no problem with Brandon Aiyuk saying, hey, the market says I'm worth this much, give me this much. But I also have no problem with the 49ers saying, buddy, we can't do that. Someone's got to take a hit at some point in this whole operation we got going on. And if it's not going to be you, that's fine. You're under contract for this year. You're healthy, which is something they made the distinction of last week before they went to that game in Las Vegas on Friday, made him take a physical, removed that ridiculous notion that he had a back or a neck injury. Maybe it was a back and a neck. Who's to say?
Oh, my neck and my back. Tony.
Exactly. And they got rid of that. And so, hey, rosters are cut down.
My neck, my back.
Thank you, Tony.
We're getting down to brass tacks. You don't have a contract. This hold-in is over. And Brandon Aiyuk, again, to his credit, the market has said what the market has said. He wants that money from the 49ers. What's he have to lose? What's he have to lose by just saying, you know what, I'm going to make this even more difficult? I've already made this as weird as possible. What's another couple of days of weirdness? And maybe the 49ers do cave. Probably not, but maybe they do. Brandon Aiyuk's got nothing to lose by this, but it is an appreciable change because the holdout is much different because now Brandon Aiyuk's losing money from his pocket.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Now he's got skin in the game. Now he's actually doubling down and saying, look, I'll lose a few dollars, which is different than the Trent Williams situation because Trent has made bank before. Now Brandon Aiyuk,
that's right, on
his rookie contract, nothing to laugh at, still making more than your local radio host and most of the people listening right now.
Well, speak for yourself.
Yeah, I know, dude. I know you're getting the big bucks. Shout out to Murph, the 1%ers. But when you look at the expectations, I don't believe that Brandon Aiyuk is a $30 million wide receiver.
No.
I don't think he deserves more money than Devontae Adams. I don't think he deserves more money than Jalen Waddle. And those are guys that aren't even in the $30 million range yet. I think that's where the confusion is, or not even confusion, but kind of the misguided vision of Brandon Aiyuk and his agent because he wants that top dollar money, but he doesn't have the ability to reset the market like a Trent Williams, like a Christian McCaffrey, like a Nick Bosa. So, again, when you see what Nick Bosa did last year, waiting until the Wednesday before signing, it seems like that's the playbook now that a lot of players are going to take with the 49ers.
Right.
As if they didn't have these long stretch-out contract negotiations with George Kittle and Fred Warner and Deebo Samuel.
Well, they didn't stretch out that long.
It seems like this is lingering even longer now. Now, do you have a belief that this could linger into the regular season? Because the 49ers did keep 7 wide receivers on their roster and went out and added another one to the practice squad yesterday.
Yeah, I don't really care that much about Terrence Marshall coming onto the team. I'm sorry to Larry Krueger, our colleague here at the leader, but
got to get that question.
Who gives a damn? If Terrence Marshall is playing for this team, it's all gone to hell, buddy. Let me tell you that. It's bad enough that Ronnie Bell's still on the roster. If we're talking Terrence Marshall at some point in October, we're going to be talking a lot of Warriors back. We might even talk some Sharks if that's where we're at.
So giving Celebrini takes.
Listen, Jamar Chase is also doing something like this. Jamar Chase is the kind of player that sets the market, right? And I think what Brandon Aiyuk's miscalculation in all of this is that you can't have it both ways. You cannot be a guy who gets overpaid. And we're all in agreement here. The market is ridiculous, and it would overpay Brandon Aiyuk. We're all in agreement. Even Brandon Aiyuk knows that. Now, for him, he goes, the hell do I care? That's a win for me. But everyone else is like, he's not worth that much. But, hey, the market's the market. Some people are willing to go to whatever extent. The 49ers are not. But when you're talking about a Jamar Chase is that kind of player. And I think the miscalculation for Aiyuk is clearly it's not all about the money. Because he'd be a New England Patriot right now. He'd be a Cleveland Brown right now. Those teams were offering more money. He wants the respect. He wants the admiration. He wants to win. And credit to him for that. But you got to sacrifice a little bit of something if you want those things as well. Because the San Francisco 49ers are not in a position with all the players that they're already paying, with the quarterback they're yet to pay, they're not in the position to overpay for anyone. They used that card already. They overpaid Javon Hargrave. And that's one of the reasons why they can't give Brandon Aiyuk the money that they want to give him. The teams that will give out 30, 31, 32 are the teams that have no choice. They're the teams that have a quarterback they don't trust. They're the teams that don't have enough good players on the roster that are taking up big chunks of salary. It's teams like the Patriots. It's a team like the Cowboys who are saying, who's our number 2 wide receiver? No, seriously, does anyone know who the number 2 wide receiver? It's Brandon Cooks. Who's their number 1 running back? Zeke Elliott. Who's their starting left tackle? It's a rookie. Who's their quarterback? It's Dak Prescott, who can't win playoff games. It's teams like that overpay wide receivers. You look at the teams that have been successful in this league, they're not overpaying wide receivers.
I mean, look at the Kansas City Chiefs, what they did with Tyreek Hill.
A great example there. Look at what the Buffalo Bills just did. Hey, Stephon Diggs, you know what? You're kind of being a pain in the ass. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. And where are we going to send you to? We're going to send you to a place that hasn't paid their quarterback yet. We're going to send you to Houston, where you'll get some money. You'll have a good time. You'll also be maybe 2 or 3 on the depth chart there. But they don't have to pay C.J. Stroud. And the second they do have to pay C.J. Stroud, or even have to start calculating on how they will pay C.J. Stroud, Stephon Diggs is out of there. It's the same thing that happened with Mahomes. Hey, we got a young quarterback. He's obviously very, very good. We knew that from day one with this kid, or day one when he started. Tyreek Hill, we can't pay you $30 million a year. We're going to send you to Miami. They haven't had to pay Tua yet. This is how it goes. Look at the Chicago Bears right now. Hey, we'll take Keenan now. You know what? Give us DJ Moore. Oh, and we can still draft a receiver. Why? Because we got a cheap-ass quarterback. We got a guy on a rookie deal. And so, you think about the Chargers. They got to pay their quarterback. You think about what happened with DJ Moore. I don't actually know what happened with DJ Moore. The Carolina Panthers are a hot mess.
Oh, that's a terrible trade, yeah.
If Brandon Aiyuk wants the money, he's got to go to a team with a cheap quarterback. Mm-hmm. If he wants the respect and the admiration and the star power, he's got to play for a winning team. And right now, with the way that this market has exploded, it's an absolute bubble. You can't have it both ways. Nope. You just can't.
Nope. He's trying to have his cake and eat it, too. We'll see if that cake shows up before Week 1 Monday night against the New York Jets. But on the other side, let's hear from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, their thoughts on the holdouts, the hold-in, and everything going on yesterday down and in Santa Clara at Levi Stadium. It's Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show on 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's been a lot of talk this training camp on who we don't have here. We'll take care of that business, but I'm focused on what we do have here. Debo, and I see these guys work every day. And I know what's about to go down this season. These guys have put in the work. They've committed. It's about stacking days, but it's about the type of days that you stack. Kyle leads these guys along with our coaching staff in a great way. They're going to be prepared for the Jets. They're going to be prepared for this entire season, and it's going to be one heck of a season. I promise you that.
Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show, where we're stacking days on a Thursday morning. Brian Murphy out in Scotland, Dieter Kurtenbach in studio today, and that right there was the voice of John Lynch, 49ers GM, who usually joins us weekly on Fridays during the regular season. Want to make sure to get that plug out there for our guy John Lynch.
Think he'll do it tomorrow?
I don't think he's stopping by tomorrow, but he did speak yesterday to the media, to Dieter, to Larry Krueger, and his questions about Terrence Marshall. But you also heard him speak yesterday at the 49ers Players for a Purpose event. That was the sound you heard on the rejoin, and you heard him give a shout-out to Deebo Samuel, who was at the dinner and who's been at practice all training camp long. Did not mention Brandon Aiyuk. Instead, wanted to talk about the guys on the roster. But you know, anytime we talk 49er football, we got to talk Brandon Aiyuk. We got to talk Trent Williams. Dieter, it's the two stories and two headlines that have been dominating the offseason for the 49ers.
I mean, if we were talking about some guy at the bottom of the roster, this would be a waste of everybody's time. We're talking about a second-team All-Pro wide receiver who, if nothing else, has made this as peculiar a contract negotiation as I can remember in recent memory as it pertains to the 49ers. And then, the most important player on your offense. Let's be very clear about something here. I don't want to come across as hyperbolic. I do that enough generally. But I want to make sure that we're all in agreement here on the show. If Trent Williams does not play this year, there is no Super Bowl. It doesn't even start. We can't have a conversation about a Super Bowl team with this offensive line that they currently have constructed, sans 71.
If Trent Williams is not out there, the 49ers might have the worst combination of offensive tackles in the league.
Yes. I mean, Kansas City's tough in the running, but let's just go down the offensive line here. It's Jalen Moore. I like Jalen Moore a lot. Jalen Moore cannot be a starting left tackle in the NFL. Jalen Moore is a swing tackle. Jalen Moore might have a little bit something more than he's shown us already, no pun intended. But come on now. We're not actually pretending as if Jalen Moore can protect Brock Purdy's blind side for 17 games. Okay, so then you slide one in. It's Aaron Banks, perhaps. He's got a pinky injury. I got questions on if he's going to be looking full Aaron Banksy. I'm not the biggest Aaron Banks guy. I know some people have kind of come around on him, but it's Aaron Banks or Nick Zakelj. It's starting to get bad real fast here. Center is Jake Brendel. I want to note something about Jake Brendel. I've been in a lot of training camp practices. The guy can't snap the football in shotgun. Okay?
That's a problem for a center.
Every third snap is on the ground in shotgun. Okay? That's not good. It's not good. And I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt because he's played decent football for this team over the years. He's a really good run blocker. He does do, he does his job at diagnosing what the defense is giving him, putting in the protections well. Jake Brendel deserves more credit than he gets, but he's got a knee injury that he's been working through for 2 years now. The Niners are going to be in a lot of shotgun this year. That is pretty evident by how they're practicing. That's where Brock Purdy wants to be. They're going to be a little bit more spread out, a little bit more Big 12 Iowa State Brock Purdy here. It seems to me as if he's rushing his snaps to protect the knee so that he can get in because he never is anchored well. And that's only going to be worse. Let's not talk anymore Jake Brendel. I don't want to lose any more listeners.
I know you're going deep here, but real quick, we brought up Nick Zakelj. Do you think the reason why he's on the roster over a guy like Jared Kingston that was claimed yesterday by the Panthers is because of that ability to be a backup center?
100%. He's the only – I mean, they have two backup centers now. One of them is Drake Nugent. Drake Nugent, they tried at guard throughout the preseason and in practices, and he looked awful. I'm a big Drake Nugent guy. I think he's the starting center for this team next year and for years to come. I think he has a chance to be really, really good. His issue is he also cannot anchor in pass protection. So he's very similar to Brendel in a lot of ways, but he's young. He doesn't have that experience. You're going to want a year with him to really work on some stuff, and maybe you can teach him how to anchor a little bit better, get that up to average in the course of a season on the practice squad. But yeah, Zakelj, who let's be clear here, has looked like ass pretty much his entire career. I thought he had two really good preseason games in these past two against the Saints and then against the Raiders. And you can say what you want about those defenses that he went up against, but both at guard and at center, I thought he put in some really good reps. And that's the reason he's on the team. He's the only viable backup center who you could also slide in at guard because, again, you just can't do that with the Nuge. Right guard, everyone's in on Dominic Pooney.
Everybody.
I'm not saying don't be in on Dominic Pooney. He's looked really good. When he gets his hands on you, they stay on you. He is really good in short spaces. He's an outstanding zone blocker. A lot of these guys are. These guys fit inside the scheme. Bit of a plotter. I don't really want him on trap plays. I don't want him running gap stuff. I don't want him getting to the second level, anything like that. I think it is as successful as he has been, as much respect as he deserves for the play that he has put on the field, not just in preseason games, but in practice. we also have to note who he's competing against in these spots. You got Spencer Burford, who was supposed to get a shot at being the guy, right? Take it 100% this year because John Feliciano's been injured. And now John Feliciano's out for the season. They put him on IR yesterday. Well, Burford gets injured. So they have to put Pooney in there. And Pooney played well enough. It's the worst Wally Pipp situation known to man. So I think it speaks more to Burford and Feliciano than maybe it does to Pooney. So let's not pretend as if he's the second coming of Jared or of Larry Allen or something here. And then at right tackle, you have Colton McKivitz. He hasn't gotten any better. Full stop. He hasn't gotten any better. This team can run block really well. If they play straight zone and they run block, they can do it very well. They will have to integrate some gap stuff. I'm confused on how that's going to look for them, and that's not a good confusion. But pass protection is going to be abysmal. This might not just be the worst tackle duo in the league. This might be the worst offensive line in the NFL, on par with the Patriots if they don't have Trent Williams. The only way that this becomes an average is the best they can do, offensive line, is if 71 is there and Brock Purdy knows, hey, worst case scenario, I can always go left. He doesn't have anywhere to go right now. Up the middle, he's going to get inundated. From the right, he's going to get inundated. And from the left, he's going to get inundated. This dude is going to be running around. I've made the Brock Purdy, Russell Wilson comparison a lot because he is that entertaining. He's that loco sometimes.
I don't hate that comp.
I think it's very similar. And I think we're getting into sort of late stage Seattle Russell Wilson where they already paid the guy. And now they couldn't get an offensive line in front of them. And every play, it was like, let's see what happens here. It was just backyard football. It's going to look like that with this offensive line. And the defensive line, by the way, not looking that much better.
Yeah, Brock's good at going off script, but you don't want him to have to go off script every single play if guys like Jalen Moore are letting up pressure to back up defensive linemen against the Raiders a couple weeks ago in the preseason game.
Here's the worst part of the situation. I think this might hammer home the point. Jalen Moore's the better tackle of the two. Okay? So that's where we're starting from.
Now, let me ask you this. Does it give you more confidence that the 49ers are going to work out this deal with Trent Williams, seeing the initial 53-man roster and seeing only two current offensive linemen, or should I say offensive tackles on that roster?
I guess. I mean,
because it's different. The approach with wide receivers, they put 7 on the roster with Ronnie Bell, which would indicate maybe things aren't on track with Brandon Aiyuk, but they didn't do the same thing with the extra offensive linemen. I would say Jared Kingston, who a lot of people had kind of good hopes and like rave reviews for.
Yeah, but Kingston's not really a tackle. And Chris Forrester said this a couple weeks ago that they really just don't like him at tackle.
Okay.
And I get why. First off, you go, oh, well, he played tackle at USC. I'm not sure they play football at USC. I mean, breaking down the game film of USC guys this past season, I'm like, what sport is this? And I wasn't saying it in like, they're changing the game. What innovative stuff from Lincoln Riley. Their splits on the offensive line, I mean, they couldn't even link hands on the offensive line. I don't understand what they were doing there. So I was excited to see what Jared Kingston can do with some actual football coaching this season. And I do think that he showed some decent strides, but it would be at guard only, and you can't really play him at center. They like Nugent more than they liked Kingston. But, now we're getting into the very bottom of the roster.
Yeah.
Jared Kingston doesn't change anything as with what's happening here. And the strange part about your question, to actually answer it here, is that, well, only one of these two guys is really under contract for the year. So you say, oh, man, they kept Ronnie Bell. That might indicate, and I think it's a fair assumption, that might indicate that they don't feel very good about the Brandon Aiyuk situation. That's weird considering that Brandon Aiyuk is in the building.
Yeah.
And Brandon Aiyuk is under contract, whereas Trent Williams is technically under contract, but he has made it very clear, I will stop playing football unless I'm the highest paid left tackle in football. He hasn't bluffed once in his life. I don't think today's the day. The only confidence that I have that Trent Williams will play for this team is that this should be a very simple negotiation. I guess my confidence should be rattled in that it hasn't been dealt with yet. But ultimately, I don't think Trent Williams wanted to show up to training camp because why would he?
Yeah,
he barely practices anyway. And it's a pretty simple negotiation. See what Tristan Wirfs got? Pay me more than that, and I'll show up. That's why it was weird when John Lynch said yesterday, well, we're working out some creative stuff. There's no creativity needed here. Pay the man his money.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's always been simple. Get him some guaranteed money. And real quick, I will tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But that's the thing about Trent Williams' contract. It has zero guaranteed money on it.
Right.
Wouldn't it just be a simple solution to translate some of that money into guaranteed money? Or is he looking completely to reset the market here once again?
Well, both.
Yeah.
He wants both of those things. And by the way, the contract that he's on currently is exactly this negotiation done a couple of years ago when he said, I'm no longer the top paid tackle in football. We need to fix that. And the 49ers said, yes, sir. And by the way, Christian McCaffrey did this past offseason. Hey, I see what's going on here with Aiyuk. I see what's going on here with Trent. I see what's going to go on here with maybe $60 million a season, Steph Curry money, to Brock Purdy. You should probably take care of me today. Yeah. And the 49ers said, yes, sir. And they got right on it. Trent Williams is looking at it. You're right. No guaranteed money. They're not going to take care of him next year. They're not. He can't just play this season and then expect to get taken care of. There are going to be dudes who are going to get cut. And next year, as weird as this sounds, the easiest person to cut on the entire team would be Trent Williams because he has no guaranteed money. And so it would be nothing but free money for the salary cap. He can't let that happen. And if honestly he's only going to play 1 year and then they're going to cut his ass, might as well get ahead of it.
And it's crazy. Like, even with all that being said, like, you broke down the difference between the Brandon Aiyuk hold in and him being with the team and traveling to Las Vegas. It seems like the way that both these guys are being talked about is completely different. It almost seems like things are going smoother with Trent Williams, even though we really aren't getting the same amount of updates that we are with Brandon Aiyuk. For example, I'll let you play the comparison game right here. John Lynch yesterday spoke to the media. Here was what he initially said about his communication with Trent Williams and how those contract negotiations are going.
No, there's no updates there. I mean, there's good communication. We're constantly working, throwing out ideas to try to have a breakthrough, and it just hasn't happened yet.
All right, we're throwing out ideas. We're trying to have a breakthrough there.
Throwing out ideas. What ideas are needed here?
Yeah, guaranteed money. That's my idea.
I think that we could figure this out in a freshman year math class. Like, hey, this man wants X amount of money. What should we do? You don't go to Target and throw out some ideas on what you want to pay for those athletic shorts. You pay the price that's on the tag or you don't get them.
You show up with your shopping list. You know what you want.
It's unbelievable.
Trent Williams wants that guaranteed money. But, Dieter, you tell me this. Riddle me this, Batman. Does this sound different when he's been asked about his communication with Brandon Aiyuk? Because he said there's been good communication with Trent Williams. Here he was being asked about that communication with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, there's communication, and it's been ongoing, you know, with Brandon, with his representative, and, you know, on that one as well. We just haven't been able to break through.
There's been communication.
Yes.
I don't know if it's been good. I don't know if it's been bad.
Well,
it seems like it can't be that good if we're still talking about it 6 months after the initial story dropped.
Well, and clearly there is some miscommunication here because the 49ers have told Brandon Aiyuk, okay, we're done now. We're done with all of this this conversation. It's time to practice. And he didn't show up to practice yesterday. So clearly the communication has not been good. It should also be noted that, you know, credit to Trent Williams. He made his demand. He's hanging out in Houston. I'm sure he's working out, playing some golf, doing his thing. I'll show up when you pay me to show up. Until then, I'm going to hang out here, and that could be all year. With Brandon Aiyuk, he's calling face-to-face. He called John Lynch out from vacation to come back to have a face-to-face meeting. It's weird. It's weird. John, tell me how much you love me. Baby. This is a toxic relationship. It's strange. Credit to Trent Williams, man. He's just doing business.
Well, think about the weirdness of not only the face-to-face meeting that he requested with John Lynch. How about
There's been like 5 of them.
How about the FaceTimes with Jaden Daniels? Those stage videos. Or the scrubbing of the Instagram. You're not getting any scrubbing going on with Trent Williams. Last time I checked, I don't even know if Trent is on Instagram. Of course, he's 36. He's a grown man.
Yeah,
he pays his bills. He's taking care of his kids. But so is Brandon Aiyuk. I get that there. But man, oh man, what a messy situation, and it's got to lead to bad vibes, at least for a lot of 49er fans out there.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe that's our question of the day, 808 KNBR. How is this negotiation affecting your projections and kind of your feeling about the 2024-2025 season? Because a lot of people have Super Bowl or bust expectations.
Oh, yeah.
But it feels like there's a lot of distractions and a lot of talk now about the Super Bowl hangover, and these contract situations don't help those takes at all.
It was already going to be tough. The Niners had incredible injury luck last year, and let's be even more specific about this. The Niners didn't have Trent Williams for 3 games in the middle of last season. How'd those go?
Awful.
Yeah, I think it was 17, 17, and 17, LL, and L. Trent Williams was a shell of himself in the Super Bowl. I don't know what was really going on there. How'd that turn out? Every other game that Trent Williams was at 100%, playing like Trent Williams, they want him. they kind of just want all of them. This is the most important player on their offense, not just because of the worries that you have about the other positions on the offensive line, but just because he can change so much of both the run and the pass game, and he just unlocks everything. If Brandon Aiyuk were to have torn out, his knee in a practice, if he just showed up to work and tore out his knee, it'd be terrible, and obviously we don't wish that upon anybody. But had he gotten injured for the season in the preseason, is that worth a win? Is that worth a win on the over-under in Vegas? Does that change the 49ers Super Bowl expectations? Could they still win the Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk? I think, yeah. You don't feel as good about it, of course, because he's a really, really good player. Yeah. But, it's still there. You go, hey, you can mix it together. You got Juwan Jennings, you got Pearsall, Cowing. You can mix and match, and maybe one of those guys steps up. Yeah, still got Debo.
There's a conversation there. But you asked that same question about Trent Williams.
Non-starter.
The answer is no.
No, it's no. If Trent Williams does not show up to work, if Trent Williams decides he's going to retire before he plays for a contract that's beneath a man of his stature, both literally and financially, the season's over before it starts.
Yeah, there's no replacing Trent Williams. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. Also, give you some updates on guys who could potentially be replacing Brandon Aiyuk. Ricky Pearsall back at practice. We'll take a look at the initial 53-man roster and let you hear some sound from Kyle Shanahan breaking down what that roster looks like and who's going to be playing week 1. 808 KNBR. Are Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk going to be on the field week 1 against the New York Jets? Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show with Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
They said they don't want me back.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus show on a Thursday morning. No Brian Murphy, he's MIA. He'll be back next Tuesday, but filling in right now, Dieter Kurtenbach on the ones and twos, a man that was down at Levi's Stadium yesterday to witness, or maybe to not witness, Brandon Aiyuk showing up to practice. For the record, he did not show up to practice yesterday after John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said they expected him and they hoped. Seems like there's been a lot of hope and expectations over the last couple months that have not come to fruition. Brandon Aiyuk officially holding out now. Trent Williams still holding out. BA on the 53-man roster, so if he does not practice, he starts getting fined. Hopefully everybody's caught up. Dieter, happy Thursday morning.
Happy Thursday.
Happy non-Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams signing day.
I mean, it's so funny. They keep talking about all this optimism. If only John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan had some agency in this situation, right? Like, it's your guys' responsibility to make the deal or not. And I'll say this. I don't think there's a deal to be made with Brandon Aiyuk anymore. I think the deal is pretty simple. You need to show up to work. You're playing on the 5th-year option. And then next year we'll franchise tag you, trade you to where you want to go, where you can get paid. But we're not gonna meet your asking price.
No, I think I'm right there with you. The market has been set. They have the contract offers out, and if BA doesn't want that contract, well then you should probably approve the trade to New England, the approve to Cleveland, the trade to Pittsburgh. There's been multiple trades set in place now for Brandon Aiyuk, but
but he has not given it the green light. He wants his cake, and he wants to eat it too. He wants Patriots money, but he wants to play for the 49ers. Yeah. That's the big issue because the 49ers, in my opinion, are not going to be paying him $32, $33, or anything close to $34 million.
They really shouldn't. They told everybody this past offseason that they're getting out from one of these contracts, whether it be Deebo Samuel or Brandon Aiyuk. And at the time, it seemed pretty obvious it was going to be Deebo Samuel, and then Brandon Aiyuk's market went completely loco. And so Ricky Pearsall's on the team. Jacob Cowing's looked good. I think we might be a little bit out ahead of our skis on Jacob Cowing. Still a fourth-round pick. Still has about 3 routes that he runs at a really high rate. Still a small guy. I like Cowing. I think he's got a chance to be a nice, solid player for the San Francisco 49ers. Maybe even more than that. Maybe he's their Tank Dell. But let's not pretend as if you can just slide him in week 1 and everything's going to be hunky-dory. Pearsall, we still need to see. But, man, let me tell you, if we're just going on spec, if we're just going off of what I see on the practice field, which is a far cry from a real football game, the kid's got a real shot to be special. He is an elite route runner. He's unbelievable with the footwork. He's got an incredible catch radius. Can he stay healthy? Can the shoulder stay intact? There's a question coming in. It's only a louder question now. But these guys are replacements. They were brought in for the 2025 season. They're the guys who are going to take one of those 2 jobs. And frankly, credit to Deebo Samuel. John Lynch was shouting him out at this event last night. Shouts to Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel was getting shopped around to every team in the NFL this past offseason. Anyone could have had him for a first-round pick. Deebo Samuel, if you want him, first-round pick. And to my understanding, there were a couple teams that took him up on the offer, and it just fell through at the last minute. I don't know where it fell through. That's on me. Regardless, Deebo Samuel knows that the 49ers probably only got 1 year left with them going into this season. Still showed up to camp in elite shape, which is not something you can always say about Deebo Samuel. Has still balled out in practice, has looked fantastic, has adapted his game a bit to fit Brock Purdy. Because when you think about Deebo Samuel, you're thinking about dig routes over the middle. Well, he's working the outside a little bit too, because that's where Purdy likes to throw it. This is a guy who came out here knowing that pretty much every player in the NFL is on a 1-year deal. And he's out to prove something that he's still got the juice at a level that very few players have. And it might result in the 49ers keeping him around. Might keep him for an extra year on that deal instead of trading him away or whatever. And credit to Deebo for that, man. And Brandon Aiyuk's got to think about, this is the big question. Even if he were to show up to practice today, how ready could he be for week 1? Because he's had the neck. He's had the back, right? And we all know that's a bit of a fugazi. But this is a guy who's been maybe running on the side. Yeah. That ain't football. I can run. That doesn't mean I can get in there and take some snaps.
It's not football shape.
It's not football shape.
And that's the issue that we saw with Deebo Samuel the year he held out.
That's right.
That's the issue we saw last year with Nick Bosa. He talked about not having his legs underneath him until the first 5 games of the season.
In shape. Nick Bosa's never had more than 5% body fat in his life, and he still needed a month or 2. And he was very open about this at the Super Bowl. He still needed a month or 2 to catch up to speed because he didn't practice at all. And this is a guy who barely practices, by the way. What's Brandon Aiyuk going to need? He's got Sauce Gardner week 1 if he shows up to practice today. Every day that he doesn't show up, take 10 snaps away. I mean, if it was going to be 60, it's 50 today. And if he doesn't show up to practice today, it's 40. And if he doesn't show up to practice on Friday, it's play the game. And by the time we get to next week, it's going to be 0. It's going to be 0, and now you're talking about Juwan Jennings getting 25 to 30 at X. Now you're throwing Pearsall into the fire for 10 to 15. Now you got to go with Cowing. Hell, you might even have to play Ronnie Bell against Sauce Gardner. How's that going to look? How's that going to look? They're in a real pickle here, and so I don't want to hear from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan about how, we're talking, we're doing good communication. Put your foot down with Brandon Aiyuk and say show up or get fined, and to their credit, that might have already happened. And with Trent Williams, sign him or let him go. And if, by the way, you need to just say he's retired, trade Brandon Aiyuk for a left tackle or something. Do something. Because this is not, you can get away with one of them maybe. You can maybe get away with not having Brandon Aiyuk. You can't get away with not having Trent Williams. You can't get away with not having both of them.
No, and that's the thing. When you have both of these situations carrying on at the same time, one, it's obviously a distraction from the actual regular season. That's why when we play that sound from John Lynch, he made a point to say, let's talk about the guys who were here. And I don't think it's a coincidence that he dropped Debo's name as the only name he even referenced in that entire clip.
I mean, he might have just been right in front of him,
Yeah,
too.
he could have been sitting right in front of him, but I also think there's maybe a little bit of a subliminal message or an underlying message that even with Debo holding out, that his camp was more honorable with the negotiations, if that makes sense. If things went smoother, because there's been so much of BA requesting the trade, requesting the face-to-face meetings. It seems like it's been a smoother process. I mean, even the sound we played earlier about John Lynch and the communication, how it's been good with Trent Williams, but how there's only been communication with Brandon Aiyuk. So again, when we're sitting here going through all the scenarios, whether or not he wants to get traded, whether or not he wants $32 million, it sounds like we're back to the point of this offseason where all options are on the table. You mentioned him showing up to practice and playing on that fifth-year option. Kyle Shanahan was asked about that fifth-year option and if that's still a possibility for Brandon Aiyuk this season.
Just like I think I've said from the beginning, it's reached a point where all options could happen, and nothing has changed on that.
All options available, which opens the door for maybe even a midseason trade or maybe a trade for a left tackle if something doesn't work out.
Let's not talk midseason. There's something that happened today in the NFL, and I'm going to get my Windhorse fingers out here.
Uh-oh.
Why would they do that? The Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's contract. Now, first off, Deshaun Watson sucks. And anything that you can do to get off of some of that money, you should do.
Man, you want to talk about guaranteed money. Trent Williams wants some of that guaranteed money.
That is the worst contract in the history of the NFL. He is quite bad. But the Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's contract today. They converted $44.79 million of his base salary into signing bonus. You go, Dieter, what the hell does that mean? That means that they got an extra $35 million of cap space for this year.
Ooh.
They did that this morning. Now, listen. It might mean nothing. But there was a deal on the table. And now Brandon Aiyuk, and to his credit, Brandon Aiyuk, what's he got to lose? Brandon Aiyuk's out here saying, I've already made this weird and difficult. What's another couple days? Maybe I can get something out of this. Maybe the Browns are looking and saying, we really wanted him for reasons I can't quite understand, because you already have Amari Cooper, who's pretty damn good. Maybe we put that trade back on the table. Maybe we can give up maybe even a lesser draft pick than we would have a month ago. And now we have the money to put Brandon Aiyuk on the payroll.
And going back to that report with the Cleveland Browns, what was it, a second rounder, a fifth rounder, and maybe even Amari Cooper in that trade package?
You have to do that. And the Niners agreed to that lickety split because you say, okay, is Brandon Aiyuk a better player than Amari Cooper? Of course, you know that. You're a Raiders fan. But, Amari Cooper's still someone that you can put at X receiver for 65 snaps a game. I mean, he's not fried liver here. He's a good player. He had a 270-yard game last year. He's a really good player. And so, you're taking a bit of a step back, but now you don't have to worry about the Brandon Aiyuk strangeness. You can't divide by zero. You're getting nothing from Brandon Aiyuk right now. Amari Cooper is manna from heaven if you're getting nothing from Brandon Aiyuk, and you get a draft pick so that you can take another wide receiver. If that deal's still on the table, I'm not saying you have to do it, but I'm saying you might engage in that conversation a little bit more today if you're John Lynch.
Yeah, and it sounds like from both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, all options are still on the table. So make sure you're tuned into the Sports Leader for all your Brandon Aiyuk updates. But on the other side, we'll give you an update on the San Francisco Giants, who fell back to a .500 record last night. Susan Slusser will give us the latest on everything going on with the latest injuries with the Giants, and also Tyro Estrada and Taylor Rogers being placed on the waivers and what it means for the final 28 games of the Giants season. We'll talk to Susan Slusser next. It's Marcus Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the Sports Leader. Hey, hope everybody's having a good Thursday morning. And joining us right now is our good friend Steve Moskowitz. And Steve is here this morning to tell us what we can do when you haven't paid your unfiled or unpaid taxes.
You can call us. We want to get you out of this mess. Look, we have a holiday weekend coming up. And a lot of people are going to be barbecuing and being with friends and enjoying themselves. But there's other people that are going to be worried sick about the taxes. Is today the day the IRS swoops in on you and cleans out your bank account, or goes to your customers if you're in business and say, hey, don't pay you, pay them, put you out of business, or all kinds of stuff, or fighting with the spouse. The bottom line is there's so many good options that we have for you. We've been doing this for so many years. We offer you experience, longevity. You've listened to me for 30 years. You know how long we've been around. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. I want to talk to you. I want to hear about your problems. I want to tell you what we can do. And if you give us the go-ahead, if you give us the approval, we want to go ahead and do everything for you. So think about it. Call us today and enjoy your holiday. We have a free consultation. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DIL, or you can go online at moskowitzllp.com.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR now.
All right, it's a Thursday morning on the Murph and Marcus Show. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy today. And Thursdays at 7:30, when you hear a little style council, it means one thing and one thing only. It's time for our weekly hit with Susan Slusser, which, of course, is sponsored by River Islands. Come to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Giants wrapping up the series today in Milwaukee. 11-10 first pitch with Hayden Birdsong on the bump. We'll talk all about that and some off-the-field storylines going on with the San Francisco Giants. But we, of course, got to say good morning to Susan Slusser. Susan, how we doing? Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy. Murph's out in Scotland, Susan. Can you believe that?
Oh, my gosh. I love that. Lucky Murph.
I know. Murph's taken a lot of vacation time lately. And, Susan, the good news is the Giants usually win baseball games when Murph goes on vacation.
Oh. Okay.
Has he been taking a lot of vacation lately?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the 12-4 stretch when Dieter filled in was on Murph's vacation.
Oh, we're not giving me credit for that?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say it's you, Dieter. I don't know if it's necessarily
fire under their ass.
well, Susan, we're looking to find out who to give credit or blame for the Giants being back to a 67-67 record. Here they are now, 6.5 games out of the wild card with 28 games left to play. You reported yesterday that the Giants made some moves, placing guys like Thairo Estrada and Taylor Rogers on the waiver wire. What does it all mean, Susan?
Well, sometimes these things can be procedural, but these guys are on irrevocable waivers, which means if any team wants them, they can take them, and the Giants cannot withdraw the waivers. So this is a sort of a semi-permanent thing, right? And to me, it says a few things, especially when you put somebody like Taylor Rogers on irrevocable waivers. there are some contenders that would look at an experienced left-handed reliever who's got an all-star background and say, like, yes, please. That's a little bit of a money saver. He's owed $12 million next year, and he's got the remainder of his contract this year. But Estrada is especially the interesting one. This is an everyday player. Having a down year, a lot of injuries, has been kind of injury prone, but he's really been a good piece for the Giants for the last 2 years. I could see any team, he's an asset off the bench, but if anybody has a need at second that's in contention, I would snap Estrada up. And he's under club control for 2 more years. That is got to be tempting for some teams, maybe even teams that aren't contending. If you think you could get a bounce back year from him next year, and I certainly would imagine that with good health that you would, that is fascinating to me. And what it points to is the Giants are pretty sure they're not going to be in contention anymore, which, hey, look, that's kind of they're a 500 team. They've been around 500. They just can't seem to get over it. I can see it. I can see why they're doing this. It sends whoever leaves, it sends them to a contender, which is great for them. Usually nobody complains about jumping into a playoff race. And it also means the Giants are thinking something different in the middle infield next year. And my immediate response was, okay, I think they are going after Ha-Seong Kim for real. He's Jung-Hoo Lee's best friend. He's a real favorite of Bob Melvin's. Why wouldn't he be? And then you got Tyler Fitzgerald, and you can put one at short, one at second, whichever way you feel like it works out best. I think it's not about Tyro and his season. It's not about saving money because it's going to save less than $1 million. It's about next year, and I think the Giants are now pointed towards next year, whereas at the trade deadline they clearly weren't, and I can't fault them for that. They were still pretty in it with a couple months left and thinking like, hey, with this rotation, we could probably do something. They just haven't.
Is there any thought as it pertains to Marco Luciano and perhaps playing second base if Tyro were to get picked up on waivers?
I would think that would be the move. But, they've got Casey Schmidt. They've got Brett Wisely. Those are 2 guys who we have seen more of than Luciano recently. Some of that might be that Luciano is the guy they really want getting regular at bats. My first thought was it's probably just Casey Wisely, but it could be Luciano. It could be all 3. It opens up roster spots, certainly. And rosters are also expanding. We can see a lot of people trotting through there.
Is this the first of what might be a bunch of guys going on waivers, or is this sort of a one-off? These are the guys that they want to expose, and we'll see where it lies when it's all said and done once these guys go through waivers or get picked up, or is this the start of a trend here for the Giants, you think?
Well, we might never know, and there might be guys on the wire right now already that we don't know about. Typically, teams don't love it when waiver wire information gets out into the public because guys might not get taken, but they know their team is essentially, in some sense, given up on them, right? Or certainly willing to let them go. And that's even if you're thinking like, yeah, it's so I can go to a contender. It's still a little bit of a a little painful. Like Tyro said last night, you never get used to this kind of stuff. He's been through it before, but he's like, yeah, you don't get used to it. So the way it happens is, some team's exec looks at the waiver wires and starts gossiping, and somebody winds up telling a national writer or a local writer, and the information gets out there. So it's very possible there are other guys on the waiver wire. It's possible a couple other guys get put on. Teams need to have players in their system, somewhere in their system, anywhere, by August 31st to be eligible for the postseason. So we're just not going to see much action, at least from contenders, after that date. But, if you're a team that's out of contention and you think Tyro Estrada is a guy who could help you the next 2 years, you could still do something. You don't have to worry about this roster thing if you're out of it.
Susan, sticking to the topic of figuring out what you have for 2025, earlier this season, I think a lot of Giants fans thought Luis Matos would kind of be one of the centerpieces in your outfield. Right now, Grant McCray is swinging a good bat, but do you think there's a chance that we see Luis Matos down the stretch in these final 28 games?
The rosters expand only 2 spots. I'd be a little surprised. I suspect they will try to when they, and we'll find out today, when Bailey comes back on the roster. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see them hanging on to Andrew Knapp to give them 3 catchers. that is typically what managers most want in September, just for a little bit of extra coverage, and allows for, a little bit more in-game strategy sometimes. And if that's the case, then you're probably going to add one pitcher. So I'm not sure we're going to see much in the way, hey, look, the roster's very flexible. We could see a lot of guys coming and going, especially given this waiver situation. But, I think they are very set with Grant McCray. And look, Gerard Encarnacion's not even getting any bats, and he had a pretty nice week when he first came up, nice week and a half. They haven't faced any lefties. I don't know where the at-bats are coming from for guys besides, they want to get a good long look at McCray, who very much looks like he could be in the starting outfield next year, depending what does or does not happen with Mike Yastrzemski, who's got another year of club control. But I could very much see a scenario in which the outfield next year is Ramos, Lee, McCray.
Susan, where do things stand with Matt Chapman and negotiating a contract extension or a new contract with the Giants at this point?
I think there's a lot of willingness on both sides. I don't know if it's something that happens before the end of the season. There are things just as simple as like budget and figuring out what you're doing elsewhere before you look at things like that. But I talked to Scott Boras last week, and, for Boras to basically say on the record, like, yeah, that's something we do, he was having guys wait until March to sign. And he was like, yeah, sure, if they want to do something. Now, it's going to cost them through the nose, and it should. This is one of the best defensive players of the last decade. And if you're building your team around pitching, and everyone should, but particularly a team in that ballpark, Matt Chapman's value is even more, and he's having a nice season, fully healthy. So, he's going to want a lot of years, or he's going to want an awful lot of money if he's not getting quite the years he wants. Certainly we're looking at 9 figures, whatever happens. And I would say Scott Boras would tell you, probably closer to $200 million than $100 million. I don't know if he's going to get that, because obviously we saw what happened with the market last year. Agents tend to really overvalue the markets before they start to take shape. But I would suspect it's certainly going to be somewhere around the $100 million mark, probably over.
In your conversation with Scott Boras, did you ask him about the future of Blake Snell in San Francisco?
That's just not an area where I think either wants to go right now. Snell was erratic the first half. That's kind of his MO, and he had the injuries. But he's been so good for the most part in the second half. I think the one place that he would target, if not San Francisco, is Seattle. So I would think he would want to find out where the Mariners are and if they potentially would want to do a big deal with him. But yeah, I would think he would go out on the open market first before, and decline the option no matter what. I would, after a season like that and his track record. He'll want a long-term deal. I think he would do it in San Francisco, but if you're the Giants, your focus first is on Chapman. And would they spend $300+ million, probably close to $400 million on those 2 players? I don't know. That's a tough one. But I do know Blake Snell very much likes playing in San Francisco, likes playing for Bob Melvin, loves having Matt Chapman behind him. So I could see it happening. I just don't think it's a slam dunk.
Last thing before we let you go, Susan, have a 2-part question about Robbie Ray. We talked about the opt-out options for guys like Matt Chapman and also Blake Snell. Do you think this latest injury makes it more likely that he's going to opt into that contract? And also, what do you think the Giants' plan is to replace him in the rotation?
You know what? It's really interesting because he's just got the opt-out this year. He doesn't have it the following year when there's another year beyond that in his contract. So he's really deciding for 2 more years this offseason. So that doesn't, in most cases, I would say he'd stick for next year for a lot of reasons. I think he likes it too. Again, pitching in the ballpark, great, likes the team, has pitched well, loves working with Patrick Bailey. And coming off injury, a lot of guys will go like, hey, you acquired me when I was going through Tommy John surgery and helped me rehab. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm going to give you the benefit of having done this for me and stick around. And I think that's probably what will happen. But the fact that he's deciding for 2 more years, that throws a little potential doubt in there too. I think we're going to see a little bit of a bullpen game, but I think, they've got guys that can do well, and their bullpen games are going to look more like Spencer Bivens for 3 innings, and then, Roop, and, with roster expansions the next time through, it could be, a Tristan Beck or a Mason Black. I think Mason Black probably has the upper hand when it comes to being the pitcher added Sunday when rosters expand.
Susan, great insight as always. Thank you so much for coming on the show this morning. Enjoy your time in Milwaukee, and make sure you grab a Kringle before you fly out.
Oh, that sounds like a great plan. Will do.
There it is. Susan Slusser, of course, sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyles with its lakes, parks, schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And Susan is so good, she's sponsored twice. That segment was also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Well, Susan was spilling some tea on Tyro Estrada and Taylor Rogers going on the waiver wire. But on the other side, Dieter Kurtenbach's going to spill some tea proudly
what
on
else
Brandon
is there?
Aiyuk
What
and
else
Trent
is there?
Williams. The latest 808 KNBR is the number.
Is there?
Bang the number if you got a take on Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams, how frustrated you are, and if you think both guys will be lining up for the 49ers Week 1 against the New York Jets. We'll have sound from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch on the other side, and sound from you, the listener, right here on the Murph and Marcus Show with Dieter Kurtenbach, filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Bang the number, 808 KNBR.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. This is an incredible contest, and we want you to stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away very shortly at 7:50 this morning. It is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning, here to answer your question on whether or not you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections. The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every single day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I started this program about a month ago, and guess what, Tony? I've reached my goal. I'm down 20 pounds. But it doesn't stop here. I'm trying to end the summer with a six-pack. So I'm going to keep on going with the Abundant Lifestyle program because there's no counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss program, you can go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, Levi's is already lit as the 49ers come out of the tunnel.
Be caller 11 now to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to the Niners season opener. Presented by Levi's.
Expectation that he will be available to play week 1?
I don't really have any expectation. That's what I'm hoping for.
No expectations, which is funny after the talk was about how everybody expected Brandon Aiyuk to practice yesterday. That did not happen, but the Murph and Marcus show is still happening, even without Brian Murphy.
I showed up to work.
Dieter Kurtenbach showing up for practice, showing up for work, showing up to give you some hot 49er takes, because Dieter, it feels like there's a lot of them out there. Whether we're talking about the Super Bowl loss hangover or whether we're talking about all options still being on the table for Brandon Aiyuk, who is currently now in a hold out versus the hold in that we've been talking about for months and months and months, did not show up to 49ers practice yesterday, one day after announcing their initial 53-man roster. Trent Williams is still not even on the roster.
That's right.
So that's a big problem as well. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch both spoke to the media yesterday, gave their thoughts on the contract negotiations, whether or not there's good communication, whether or not there's bad communication. I feel like at this point, most 49er fans just want the communication to end with a name on the dotted line. Just get the damn deals done. Get the contracts out there. And that's the question we asked before we went to break. Are you frustrated with the situation? Are you still hopeful that the 49ers are going to go on a Super Bowl run? And I'm seeing texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, and it seems like we've kind of reached a tipping point. Whether it's the 707 saying peace out, BA, whether it's the 415 saying it's time to trade Brandon Aiyuk, the 925, I'm so tired about hearing about this Brandon Aiyuk story. The 916 says, I'm frustrated by you guys still talking about Brandon Aiyuk. Trust me, everybody in the media, maybe a few guys out there, maybe a couple aggravators on Twitter like this storyline. But look, we're all tired of talking about it as well.
Let me clap back on that. What else should we be talking about? No, like legitimately. Anyone. Text line, phone line. What else should we be talking about right now? Should we be talking about the mid-Giants? Should we be talking about Brandon Pajemski? Or should we be talking about the 49ers all-pro wide receiver deciding, actually, I'm not going to show up to practice today. I'm not going to show up to work. Or maybe the left tackle, who's the best in football, saying, you know what, I'm good without football. Y'all don't want to pay me. I won't show up. Ending the 49ers Super Bowl chances before the season even starts. But seriously, what else? Should we talk some Sharks? Should we get into Colorado football today? They're playing North Dakota State, Marcus. I mean, listen, my Missouri Tigers are playing Murray State. Are we going to take the 47.5 or are we going to let it fly?
I mean, we can be out here doing full segments on Terrace Marshall if we really want to.
Listen, I could. That doesn't mean we should.
No, it doesn't mean. I mean, it's obviously the biggest story.
He ran a 4.3 one time.
It's one of the biggest distractions heading into the season. And whether it's Kyle talking about whether or not he's going to practice or play in week 1, he was asked a follow-up question about not only Brandon Aiyuk, but also Trent Williams, and if he expects both of them to play week 1 against the New York Jets.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that things will work out with Trent. I'm not sitting here knowing what day it'll be. I mean, we're getting close to playing a game, so my mind is completely on preparing for a game without those guys. But yeah, I feel when two sides want to get a deal done, and usually it happens.
When two sides want to get a deal done, it usually happens. Well, it hasn't happened yet. And Dieter, we're 1 week away from Thursday Night Football, Chiefs and Ravens kicking off the 2024 season.
Yeah, I would say that there's a pretty clear deadline when it comes to both Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, and that would be, let's call it next Wednesday. So less than a week away. If they're not in practice, and there's no reason to believe that they can play in week 1. And frankly, it's a lot bigger of an issue if Trent Williams isn't at practice at that point, because at some juncture, the Niners got to roll with what they got, because Trent Williams has never bluffed once in his life. Don't try him. He does not. This isn't, Matt Barnes and Kobe Bryant. He does not flinch. He's telling the 49ers, I will not play football unless you pay me. And if we're at Wednesday of next week, if everybody's fantasy draft is over, and we got football on Thursday night, Friday night, we got college football on Saturday, games on Sunday and Monday, and Trent Williams isn't wearing a uniform, at least on the practice field, you gotta just believe that he's not going to show up to work at all. I would say the same thing with Brandon Aiyuk, though the Aiyuk situation is weirder because there's no retirement. Right now it becomes a suspension thing. Now, as messy as it's been, it gets even messier because now you're hitting him for conduct detrimental to the team. Now you're putting him on restricted lists. Now you get to do this all again next year. That is going to have more tentacles to it. It's pretty cut and dry with Trent Williams. Pay the man or the man doesn't show up, and you need the man.
And here's the thing. I actually believe Trent Williams. I think there's a real possibility that the 49ers are playing that Monday night without Trent. It's harder for me to put stock in Brandon Aiyuk actually holding out and missing the game, especially when he's been flip-flopping so much this offseason. Whether it's him requesting a trade and then the 49ers saying, look, we have a trade in place. Whether it's the Cleveland Browns, whether it's the New England Patriots or Pittsburgh Steelers, we have had trades that we have agreed to, but BA has not signed off on those trades.
Right.
So it's the back and forth, and that's the inconsistency. We were comparing the off seasons of Brandon Aiyuk, whether it's showing up the day after the Super Bowl and his girlfriend saying, oh, this is our last trip to Levi Stadium, or hopping on FaceTime with Jaden Daniels, or scrubbing his Instagram.
His agent is so bad.
Trent Williams has been moving in silence, but that silence almost speaks louder than what Brandon Aiyuk has been doing on social media.
Trent Williams has beaten cancer. He has beaten the Washington, whatever you want to call them. He has beaten every defensive end in the greatest era of defensive ends in the history of football. Trent Williams is not a man to be trifled with. No. And the 49ers are out here trifling. Mm-hmm. They're out here getting creative. There's no creativity needed. No. Get the money, put it in the bag, and put it on the porch.
Yeah, you're going to have to get real creative if Jalen Moore and Colton McKivitz are your starting tackles.
That's where you need the creativity.
That's when you need to move the pocket, Kyle. That's when you got to drop some plays to get out of the pocket.
What pocket?
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like if you don't have Trent Williams, we talked about this earlier, you might have the worst pair of offensive tackles in the league protecting a guy that you want to pay $60 million to next year.
I saw somebody on the text line suggesting that they move Pooney to left tackle. And let me tell you right now, I hate going in on Dominic Pooney because he's been wonderful. He's been really good.
He's been one of the actual highlights and positive things of this offseason.
Well, what does that say about this offseason? Yeah. That we're like, man, what about that right guard, though? Whoa, beat out Spencer Burford. Pooney cannot play left tackle in the NFL. He's a plotter. He doesn't move well enough. And the brilliance of Trent Williams, week after week, is that a man that big moves that fast and hits that hard. Now, Pooney, if he gets his hands on you, they stay on you. He can anchor like nobody's business, but he will not be able to get to the outside in a zone scheme. You cannot run the same stuff with Pooney. The reason that they keep giving Colton McKivitz money is because worst case scenario, he can move a little. Yeah. Worst case scenario, you can get him on the outside. You can run some of those crazy screens that Kyle likes to run. You can't do it with Pooney. They put him in the inside for a reason.
Yeah, at least Colton McKivitz is a factor in the run game, and even Jalen Moore a little bit, but I'm so worried about the pass protection. And, here's the thing. We saw that pass protection in the Super Bowl last year, not pointing any fingers to whoever let Chris Jones untouched through that offensive line.
Jake Brendel and Spencer Burford.
It would be right there at that right guard position. And so that's why you're looking at one of the few positives after the tacos didn't come and Spencer Burford wasn't there. Dominic Pooney actually seems like he's going to upgrade your offensive line versus last year, but if there's no Trent Williams, it's a clear downgrade.
Again, this is what I keep coming back to. We're talking about Dominic Pooney as if he's going to save anything. I mean, at best, he's going to give you average to slightly above average play. That's at best.
Yeah, we can't just pencil him in to be the next Larry Allen.
Exactly right. He's been really good to watch. He has taken the job. All credit to him. Nice draft pick. Spencer Burford took that job too. Spencer Burford came out. They didn't even flinch. They said, "Yeah, he's our starting." I think it was right. Yeah, it was right guard at the time. He's a starting. It's like, didn't you just take him in the 4th, 5th round? They're like, "Yeah, no, he's the starter." And he was in there. And then at a certain point, he hit his ceiling, and he never got above what level we know from Spencer Burford today, to the point where now he's being overtaken by a rookie. If we're talking about a right guard in training camp, things are not going well. Now, we could talk about, hey, Deebo Samuel's looked really good. Or we can say, hey, Brock Purdy has had his moments. I thought he looked really good in the preseason game against the Raiders. We can talk about the defense. I think Nick Sorensen, as much as I underestimated him, I think he and Brandon Staley have done a wonderful job. And I don't know how much of it is Sorensen. I don't know how much of it is Staley. But they've done a wonderful job in making that defense organized. They are organized, they are sound, and they fly. Okay, a lot of credit. I think that the secondary in particular has a chance to be special if Jair Brown is as good as I think he is at free safety. But now you're looking at a defensive line that is of serious question marks. As much as I like Malik Collins, as much as Javon Hargrave gave the 49ers a good half season, and if he's healthy, can give him another good half season, it's Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd. Come on now. Come on. You can't sell me on that.
You're not a believer in Floyd?
No. Not in the least bit.
Now, what stands out? Is it his defense in the run game? Because this is a guy that has consistently put up 9 to 10 sacks in each of the last 4 seasons.
Yeah, and they're hustle sacks. And listen, there was a point when Leonard Floyd would have been an incredible pickup for the 49ers, and that point is gone. I think that if you look at the last 8 weeks of last season with the Buffalo Bills, you'll see that Leonard Floyd was just nowhere to be found. And they were playing him every damn snap. He was out there. He was the only guy who could rush the passer theoretically on the team. And it was one-on-ones, and he was just getting worked again and again and again by the Dolphins, by just even crap teams with crap tackles were working him. He lost all of his juice. And here's my issue with the Leonard Floyd signing is that they signed him because they thought, oh, well, at least he'll be out there. He can give us steady reps. He's a pro's pro. No question about that. And his longevity and his ability to be on the field is unquestioned. These are things that you can see on the Pro Football Reference page. Well, one, he's already injured. And two, when I asked around and I said, what's his role going to be on this team? I got some people saying, oh, he'll be a first and second down guy, can really set the edge really good against the run because he's a pro's pro. And then I had other people saying, oh, he'll be a situational pass rusher coming in on third down. No one said both. No one could figure out what it is he was supposed to do. No one knew what it was. He's a jack of all trades, and at this point in his career, in my opinion, a master of none. And I think that this was shown in the preseason and shown particularly in training camp. They were running anybody out there but Leonard Floyd at 5 technique or the 7 technique on the end. They're even moving Kevin Givens out there, trying to get someone to set an edge. And Yetur Gross-Matos, I thought took the job from Leonard Floyd before training camp was over. Now, Gross-Matos,
also injured.
A guy that you could slide outside, but now he's also injured. You don't know when his injury seems worse than Floyd. I think Floyd was at practice yesterday. I guess it's an upgrade over what they had with Randy Gregory and Chase Young last year. Better than Drake Jackson, to be sure, because Drake Jackson no longer has a job in the NFL.
Will it be better than setting the edge of a guy like Cleve Ferrell?
No.
Yeah.
Full stop.
And so, that's the thing. It's like we saw this defensive line get gashed last year in the playoffs, whether it's the Detroit Lions and the 3 touchdowns in the first half or even the Green Bay Packers having success. So they revamped that entire defensive line. Dieter, I'll ask you the simple question. Is this defensive line better than last year's defensive line?
It depends on how good Malik Collins is. And I saw a bunch of people cutting up film on Malik Collins. I liked his film with the Texans. I thought Malik Collins was too good of a player to get traded the way the Texans traded him. I think they got too cute by half on that. They were thinking to themselves, he's going to be expensive down the line. Let's get out ahead of this. We got more depth than we need. Turns out they didn't. I think they regret that trade. Here's the thing with Malik Collins, though. It's a lot like Javon Hargrave. It's just splitting gaps. It's explosion off the line. Now, I've seen some of these cut-ups, and he's just working dudes, and that's awesome. He's not doing that every snap, though. This isn't Aaron Donald. It's nice that he has that in the bag, but he has to be dominant on the interior because he's not the biggest guy. I was actually kind of stunned at how small he was compared to how he played on film. And when you're in this one-gap system, the shoot-the-gap system, you leave yourself incredibly susceptible to sort of basic run play, stuff that is not terribly complex. And we saw this, as you mentioned. Obviously, they weren't setting the edge last year in the playoffs, but they were also getting gashed up the middle because Eric Armstead's foot was all busted up. And by the way, when the entire run defense is already predicated on Eric Armstead, you're not in a great spot. When it's predicated on an injured Eric Armstead, you're in a bad spot. This run defense has been getting away with sort of some Excel sheet mumbo jumbo for the last couple of years. Oh, well, they haven't given up a 100-yard rusher. Or, the average. Well, a lot of that has to do with the tempo of the game, the pace of the game, the fact that they're looking at these corners and saying, maybe we don't actually need to run the ball.
A lot of times 49ers being up by 20-plus points.
That's right.
Games.
Exactly right. So I think that run defense, particularly last year, look at what James Conner did to him. It's not a good run defense. I think it will be appreciably worse unless Malik Collins is markedly better than Eric Armstead. I think that's a big ask.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big test week 1 against Pearsall and that offensive line from the New York Jets. That's going to be an interesting matchup to keep an eye on, and maybe that's the way we put a bow on this segment. What's going to happen week 1? Who's going to be out there? What's your take? What's your prediction? Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams, one or the other, neither, both? Who's playing Monday night for the 49ers, Dieter?
It better be Trent Williams.
I mean, you need Trent Williams.
I mean, if we're talking about week 1, no Trent Williams, I mean, he's just making money every day.
Yeah, I don't care if Hassan Reddick's out there or not with the New York Jets. He's got his own holdout going on.
That McDonald guy they got, though.
Yeah, but
he can
still,
get after it.
You need Trent Williams. It's a topic we talked about earlier. This team still has Super Bowl aspirations.
Oh, yeah.
With Trent Williams, without Brandon Aiyuk. You flip that situation, I think most people would put an end to those Super Bowl hopes.
It might be the worst offensive line in football without Trent Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And with him, it's ranked like 16th at best.
And by the way, when we throw out the topic of, players got to get money now, you never know when an injury can happen. You got Brock Purdy playing behind center for less than $1 million per year.
Yeah. Yeah, well, 49ers walked themselves into this situation, by the way, by making it very clear that they're willing to pay Brock Purdy whatever Brock Purdy wants to get. That's why you saw all these contracts get done with, Christian McCaffrey. And all. We got to get this all in. This is why Brandon Aiyuk's holding out, because he knows next year they don't have the money to pay him. They might have the money now, probably don't, but they don't have it next year. Trent Williams is like, what are you going to do to me next year? You don't have any money. All the money that's available is available right here, right now. That's why these guys are going for it. That's why they should be going for it. But they're going hard. And, yeah, I mean, the Niners only have themselves to blame here. As bad as it looks for Aiyuk, as tough of a scene as it is with Williams, we are a week away from the football season starting, and you don't have this stuff buttoned up. That's on the Niners. That's on John Lynch.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. As a reminder, they did work out the deal with Nick Bosa the Wednesday before week 1 last year, but look what happened to Nick Bosa the first 5 weeks of the season. We'll continue to talk about the lingering effects of the holdouts and the hold-ins. In case you missed it, Brandon Aiyuk did not show up to practice yesterday. He is on the 53-man roster, so he will start being fined by the 49ers and actually losing a little bit of money. We'll see if he loses that week 1 paycheck and whether or not he is suiting up in the red and gold down at Levi's Stadium. And shout out to our Levi's Stadium giveaway. More tickets. Shout out to everybody who called in. Young Tony always keeping us updated on our giveaways right here on The Sports Leader. But Young Tony also keeps us updated on the cooler of content. We're going to go ahead and hop into the cooler and content. And shout out to Caroline out in Fremont who won today's 49er tickets. We'll continue to give away 49er tickets all week long. But on the other side, we've got some more sound from John Lynch. Last night, George Kittle is dropping new commercials with DirecTV. We'll hit all that and more. Some fun 49er stories on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher filling in with Dieter Kurtenbach for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is getaway day for the Giants as they wrap up the series with the Brewers and the road trip. First pitch is at 11:10 this morning as Hayden Birdsong takes the mound and goes for the series win. And I know you're thinking, who even cares? The Giants have a 1.3% chance to make the playoffs, but following the game, Farhan Zaidi will join Tobin and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. Farhan at 4:50. You can hear it all on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, we're back live on the Murph and Marcus show on a Thursday morning. No Brian Murphy. He's out in Scotland attending his buddy's, wait for it, third different wedding. But they always say
this one's going to stick.
Third time's a charm, Dieter. I have never been married. Hopefully I don't get to 3 of them. But hey, we'll see what happened with Murph's bud out in Scotland.
They're just so much fun. I mean, how could you not go back to the well a couple of times?
Now, you have ties to Scotland.
Yeah, my wife's
correct?
Scottish.
Now,
I go to Scotland every year.
Did you get married in Scotland?
I did.
How was the ceremony?
Expensive.
Oh, I bet. Even Scotland taxes ain't cutting you no breaks, huh?
Yeah, no. It was. Listen, my daughter doesn't need to go to college. We'll be okay.
It's fine. She's got Dieter bringing home the big bucks, giving hot takes. Well, let's see if you got some hot takes. Or maybe you should be bringing in the big bucks like George Kittle, who was the first member of the Cooler of Content, because George Kittle, we know he's the people's tight end. We know he's got a great personality. Well, he just dropped a new DirecTV commercial. I guess we're just going to give a free plug to DirecTV. Who cares? It's George Kittle. Here he is.
They need all the help they can get at this point.
With an interesting look. George Kittle, no hair on top.
Oh, good radio here.
Only hair on the side. I know I'm describing it. We need Walter to give us Papa's playbooks so we can start putting like Cooler of Content videos on the live stream, which you can watch on twitch.knbr.com.tv, something like that. We're on YouTube. We're on the app.
Might be on DirecTV by the end of this.
We got all that good stuff. We might be on DirecTV. Here was George Kittle in his new DirecTV commercial.
You can now stream DirecTV without a satellite dish. That means the football you love with nothing on your roof. Nothing on your roof. So to celebrate, I got nothing on my roof. It's a metaphor. Finding your games is a breeze.
Touchdown, DirecTV.
Satellite free. DirecTV. You heard right. Get your favorite pro and college football with nothing on your roof. It's a football helmet. Nothing on your roof.
Nothing on the roof. I think you're right. The visual does make it.
The entire commercial is a visual joke.
With a bald head.
We're on the radio.
You're saying it's not a good bit, Dieter.
Tony, come on. We got to be better than this.
Now,
we got to take it up a level.
If we got you one of these bald helmets that George Kittle was wearing in the video, which Pat McAfee was wearing the other day in a radio/TV interview, I think maybe we just take the roof off of Dieter right now and shave his head and let him go the rest of the segment with a bald head.
I am so much larger than you. I know you're down about 20 pounds. That's about 20 pounds that I can take. You do not touch this dome.
That's why I got an army behind me. I got young Tony and John Joe Curley.
I could throw young Tony across this studio right now with ease.
Not over my dead body and not over the bald head.
It'll be his dead body that I'm throwing.
George Kittle. Hey, I love giving some credit to Kittle. And Dieter, we're trying to have a fun segment since we've been talking BA and Trent Williams all morning long.
I appreciate that George Kittle likes to do the jokes.
Yeah.
I would also appreciate it if he didn't make them so difficult to play on the radio.
Well, next time we'll tell George Kittle to give us some more audio
by the way,
quality.
George Kittle, let's just go in on this. George Kittle's making fun of the media member's shoes.
Ooh, does that include the shoes of a Dieter Kurtenbach?
I don't know.
What kind of shoes do you rock?
I mean, lame ones. Yeah.
You got dad shoes?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I wear a size 16. They don't make, like, cool shoes in my size. And, I got some big platypus-like feet.
You out here rocking the Skechers?
No, they're called Zeros, Xero.
Zeros. Same amount of aura as those shoes have, Tony.
That's right. My point is only George Kittle's out here talking smack on media members' shoes and then going out here and shaving his head for a bit. I mean, pick a side.
The man
up or down.
He will commit to a bit. Even if you do have cool shoes, George Kittle will still call you out. George Kittle, the man, the myth, the legend, the people's tight end. Maybe he's just cutting a bit or a promo like a real wrestler.
Hey, man. Anything to distract us from what else is going on with this team.
That's it. George Kittle giving us something else to talk about. How about John Lynch giving us something else to talk about? Here was John Lynch yesterday. Where was this, Tony? At the 49ers team dinner?
Players for Purpose event. I know Greg Papa was there.
Yeah, they had like a whole thing on the Levi's field. There were a bunch of people walking in.
It's a purpose for Papa, John. Greg Papa, John Lynch.
I'm going to MC it, John.
And apparently Deebo Samuel all at the dinner last night. Brandon Aiyuk was not at the dinner. Here was John Lynch, and listen closely if you think he's name-dropping Deebo Samuel on purpose.
There's been a lot of talk this training camp on who we don't have here. We'll take care of that business, but I'm focused on what we do have here. Deebo, and I see these guys work every day, and I know what's about to go down this season. These guys have put in the work. They've committed. It's about stacking days, but it's about the type of days that you stack. Kyle leads these guys along with our coaching staff in a great way. They're going to be prepared for the Jets. They're going to be prepared for this entire season, and it's going to be one heck of a season. I promise you that.
Ooh, one heck of a season, Dieter, after one heck of an offseason. Are you buying into the theories about the subliminal messages of John Lynch name-dropping a Deebo Samuel in the midst of these Brandon Aiyuk contract negotiations?
I would imagine he was just right in front of him, and Deebo has had a tremendous training camp and offseason, and he's looking spry, and so, yeah, shout him out. But let's just go through what else John Lynch said there, because a lot of it is just sort of, empty calorie stuff, but John Lynch, we'll take care of that business. The hell you have. You want to get on that, John? It's about stacking days, and not just days, good days. I've been at a lot, not all of them, but I've been to 80, 90% of these training camp practices. Most of them have been bad. Like, I've been to a lot of training camps with a bunch of different teams. No juice, no energy, no purpose, just sort of meh. It's like Giants baseball, just 500 effort.
Nothing like it.
Day in, day out. Nothing like it. Well, I don't think there's anything like this in the NFL. This has been a sleepy training camp. So if they're stacking good days, these days aren't good enough, at least by my estimation.
Well, Dieter, if you keep on giving takes like this, maybe the 49ers will go full Dion Sanders on you and just start banning you from asking questions. Because that's another storyline that we can jump into. And you, as a capital J journalist yourself, what is your
Careful with
take
your capitals,
on
buddy.
Dion Sanders banning a journalist from asking him questions at the press conference?
The Mile High Charlatan?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wish good luck to Dion Sanders in this season, which will certainly be his last at Colorado. Listen, Dion has actually, I'll give Dion this credit. He has a weird contract with Colorado where he doesn't actually have to deal with members of the media that he doesn't want to. It's written into his contract. So he has the power to say, I don't want to have to deal with you anymore. And Sean Keeler, he's technically part of the company that I work for. He's not afraid to share his opinion, share his mindset. And Dion has given him plenty to write about. Dion's within his rights to say, I don't want you asking questions. He really is, because of his contract. He's within his rights to do that. Shame on Colorado for giving him that contract. And what a joke. What a soft joke this guy is. Go out there and put together something more interesting than what you have so far. Because it was one thing when you took over Colorado, unquestionably the worst team in all of the Power 5, now Power 4, and you turned them around to something interesting at least in a short period of time. Congratulations. You beat Sonny Dykes and TCU. Not hard to do these days. But now you got to take it to another level. I don't want to talk about Colorado football. They're not interesting. They're not important. Dion Sanders, congrats. He's really good at, making a brand for himself. I know that if I need to buy almonds, Dion Sanders can sell them to me. Nice. I know if I need to buy, fast food chicken, I can get it from Dion Sanders. Dion Sanders is a ubiquitous presence. Okay, that's great. Now you got to start winning some football games, and I would I would feel very comfortable taking North Dakota State tonight against Colorado.
Wow, look at that. We got takes and we got picks from Dieter Kurtenbach. Now, I think I would agree partially with you. I think Dion's got bigger issues to worry about than who's calling him names on an online article or showing up to the press conference.
I mean, it is Denver Post. I mean, it's not like it's some small operation.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like he's going on in on some blogger. But it's so soft.
Yeah.
It's so soft. And this guy, all he does is talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now here we are talking about him, giving him more gas. But, like, for a dude who's got a big mouth, and credit to him, he's a beautiful wordsmith. You'd think that he could take it a little bit.
I mean, you think you would, and it's maybe an interesting angle to also look at this because there's been situations before where beat reporters have clashed heads with players. It happened a couple years ago with the 49ers, Javon Kinlaw and Grant Cohn. And there were people talking about whether or not he would get his credential revoked. Grant is still covering the team. Now, Dieter, someone on the beat, you have maybe a more personal experience with that.
Yeah.
But what is that relationship with players or coaches when people want you to be objective, but also at times you fire back, it might make them uncomfortable?
You deal with it.
That's the job, right?
I mean, again, what is our responsibility here? Mm-hmm. To share our opinions on sports, to hopefully inform some folks out there, and to be entertaining. I don't know if we're hitting on any of those right now, but that's the job. That's the job. And if people want to get upset about that, if we're not being factually incorrect, if we can show our work, right? What do we always hear? 5th, 6th grade?
You got to show your work.
Got to show your work. Okay? I have an opinion on Javon Kinlaw. I got an opinion on Brandon Aiyuk. I can give you a 20-minute diatribe about it. I can give you a 5-hour diatribe about it. I can show my work. And if you think that I'm factually incorrect, come at me with the facts. I'm willing to change my opinion if I got different facts. That's life. I've never gotten into it personally because I don't have deep personal relationships with any of these guys. How can I judge them as a person? Yeah. But if we're talking about what they do for a living, which is play football, play baseball, do this thing that, by the way, is broadcast across the country, across the world, gets you millions of dollars, save for a couple of, choice situations. If you're in a situation where you're making big bucks because you are a professional entertainer, and now you're telling me that I can't professionally entertain, or you're telling me that I'm coming factually incorrect, you better show your work too. But if we're talking personal, we got like personal beef, that's a different thing. And honestly, to Dion, to give Dion some take here, it probably did go a bit over the line with Sean Keeler of the Denver Post. He probably was getting a little bit high and mighty on that. He was riding the wave a little bit too much. And if you don't want to deal with it, you don't deal with it. But here's the difference. I've had plenty of people that I've dealt with throughout my career who are like, dude, I just don't like you. And it's like, you know what? Get in line.
Yeah, join the fan club.
I don't like myself a lot of times either. This is all a weird coping mechanism. No, that's cool. You don't have to like me. That's fine. Does it bother me? Of course, it bothers everybody not to be liked, but I'm not out here trying to be liked. I'm out here trying to inform and entertain and be interesting. Mm-hmm. You don't like me? That's fine. We don't have to have that kind of relationship, but I'm not going to hold back on my opinion, good or bad, on how you play, on how you act, on things that you do in the public light because you don't like me. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm trying to objectively and subjectively provide analysis based on what you do in the professional realm. So, man, spare me with all this stuff. Spare me. And handle it like a man instead of handling it through all this nonsense. Have a conversation with the guy instead of doing, we're getting your credential revoked. Man, soft.
And when Dieter's giving these takes, he's doing his work and he's showing his homework.
Showing my work,
Which I got to say, I always had a problem with when I'd get the answer right on a math test and the teacher would be like, well, you didn't show your work. I don't care if I showed the work. I got the damn answer correct, right? Isn't it like
just because you cheated off a Billy doesn't mean that you actually know how to do it.
Exactly, It's critical thinking. I didn't have the answer. I found a way to get the answer. It doesn't matter how I got it. Look at me now. Now I'm sitting on this chair.
Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. I know. I'm also saying that you're not right.
Yeah.
See?
That's been a problem with me a lot.
It's you got to be right. You got to come correct.
Never wrong, never right. Well, let me ask you if this was the right take.
500.
I'm 500. I'm the San Francisco Giants of Sports Psych Radio. Nothing like it. Well, let me tell you, was this the right take or the wrong take from Paul Feinbaum giving his response to Dion banning that reporter?
Coach Prime is showing he is not ready for prime time, Greeny. I find this whole thing to be disgraceful. Dion may want to talk about love and joy, and that's been the cornerstone of what he seems to be spewing out. But treating reporters like this seems like we're in some autocratic country. This is not America, and the fact that it's in his contract is really even more absurd. But don't forget, he did this at Jackson State. This is a trait of Dion Sanders. He wants to have it his way, and I find him to be a bully and a hypocrite. And quite frankly, as someone who has been a fan of his throughout his entire career, even at Colorado, I am mortified by his actions.
Mortified
I mean, come on.
by his actions. That seems like a slight overreaction.
I mean, Sean Keeler can't ask a question now. You know what? Whatever. Yeah. I'll say this, though. You all knew that this was going to be an issue the second that Dion Sanders is like, you will address me as Coach Prime.
I mean, his nickname is Prime Time.
I get that. I understand why he's saying that. Yeah. I'm saying it's weird. You'll never hear me do it. I'll never refer to somebody unless I'm using it just sort of quickly. Like, I'll never say, like, Coach Shanahan. I don't give people those titles, right? Because they're just people, just doing a job. Kyle, John, Marcus, John Joe Curley. Like, I just refer to people by people. The whole thing, you have to refer to me as Coach Prime. Dude, he was so off it from the jump, and now he just keeps doubling down. I'm really looking forward to the downfall because he's the one who built himself up here.
Yeah, this is the doing of Dion Sanders himself. And by the way, we did have a response from Dion Sanders where he basically says that he doesn't want to respond to Paul Feinbaum, but while he's doing it, he's responding to Paul Feinbaum. Like, I don't know, Dieter, we're just going in circles here.
We're talking Colorado football.
That's it.
That's a problem.
Which was a no-no with all the 49er news we had yesterday. So on the other side, let's hop back into that 49er news. We got Matt Mayoko coming up at 8:50. We'll dive back into these discussions about Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, both now holding out, BA not at practice, Trent Williams not on the roster, and what does it all mean for Monday Night Football against the New York Jets? It's Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
You know, fortunately, there's 90 players here. There's preseason games. There's the work of getting better, and that goes into putting a team together. But no question about it, when you've got some of your better players, 2 of them in particular, that aren't out there, you know, that's your job. Yeah, you take a lot of pride in that. You know, one thing, we got a lot of really good players, and we've rewarded a lot of good players, and that makes things tougher at times. I remain optimistic. We'll find a way to put the best squad out there. Happy with where this team's at, you know, what we do have to offer. The players out here that have been here are working really hard. We got a lot of love for the 2 guys that aren't, and we'll continue to work on that to try to bring that to a resolution.
The voice of 49ers GM John Lynch talking about the 90 players who were in training camp for the 49ers. Of course, after yesterday, that roster has been cut down to 53 players, not including Trent Williams, but it does include Brandon Aiyuk, who did not show up to practice. So we'll dive into all those storylines, get you some sound from John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. We've got Matt Mayoko coming on at 8:50, but we should tell you that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And we're getting closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. 1 week away, Dieter, Thursday Night Football. Chiefs and Ravens kick off the 2024 season. And yes, we spent a lot of time this morning talking about Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. And I'm sure we're going to ask Matt Mayoko questions about Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams.
What if we didn't? What if we just decided to just pretend it wasn't
We
happening?
could. A couple weeks ago, me and Murph actually gave ourselves a round of applause for doing a 20-minute interview with Dante Whitner, not talking about Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams at all, just talking about guys who are actually out there at practice. So maybe we should talk about the 53-man roster. I don't know if you've had some main takeaways. We talked about Jared Kingston earlier this morning and the decision to only have 2 offensive tackles currently on that 53-man roster. We also talked about
Ben Barch.
Yeah. We talked about what it means for them to keep 7 wide receivers on their roster,
Right.
including Ronnie Bell and Chris Conley.
Right.
Haven't had the chance to ask you about Cody Schrader yet. You're out here wearing your Mizzou quarter zip.
Yeah.
That's a guy I'm sure you had high hopes for.
I had high hopes, but it became pretty obvious in the last couple of days, last couple of weeks, that it wasn't going to work out. He just didn't play well enough in the preseason, right?
But you support, or I don't even know if support's the right word, but what are your thoughts on keeping a guy like Patrick Taylor Jr. over him?
He's bigger. He could play specialty.
Okay.
So, right, there's a couple of things that happen that I think make the Patrick Taylor retention make sense. One, I like Patrick Taylor in camp. You didn't get to see a lot of him.
Mm-hmm.
He's I don't want this to come across as he's kind of a stiff, right? He's not, this explosive back that's going to cut and go. But between the tackles, he looks pretty sturdy. He's strong as hell. He's a big guy. And so that's something that the Niners really don't have anywhere on their depth chart unless you want to give Juice the ball near the goal line. Like, he could actually be a goal line back for you. Cody Schrader, small, excitable in practice. You liked a lot of what you saw. It gets out into the game, and, yeah, he had some nice plays pulled back because of penalties and stuff, but are those plays also made because of the penalties? He didn't have that cut-and-go ability. And the speed of the NFL, another reminder to all of us, the speed in the NFL, so much different than the speed in even the SEC, where he was the best running back in the SEC, maybe the best running back in the country last year, and he just couldn't get it all the way across the line at the NFL against second and third string linebackers. They're just so fast. He'll go to the Rams. I'm sure that he'll be, a valuable player for them at some point. They know ball over there. But the Niners had a bunch of really good backs. I mean, even Keyshawn Vaughn and Matt Breida look good. And with Christian McCaffrey back, with them putting Elijah Mitchell on full season IR, he practices one time. In fact, I think he only got 1 carry, and he got so injured that he had to get surgery on his hamstring.
Ouch.
I mean, it's so extreme, it comes across as almost laughable. I feel bad for the guy because he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
But every time he'd come back, he'd get injured. I mean, it was 1 step forward, 5 steps back at a certain point. The Niners couldn't do it anymore. He can't even play anymore. This is the final, we've seen the last of Elijah Mitchell with the 49ers. But now J.P. Mason, Jordan Mason's the number 2.
And he's looked good.
He looked awesome. He's looked awesome the last couple of years. This is probably an opportunity that's been in the works and should have happened a long time ago. But Mason was also a key special teamer for you. And I saw Schrader in special teams. I'm the kind of sicko who's watching these kick returns. I'm the kind of guy who's watching punt returns. you got to go with Taylor as a gunner over Schrader. He's just bigger. He's stronger. He can make the tackle. I thought Schrader had a couple of nice special teams plays, but it wasn't enough to justify it. And with J.P. Mason now being the number 2, you can't put him out there on special teams. So that's where that cut came in my opinion.
Sticking to the topic of special teams, we've seen Jacob Cowing return some punts and kick returns. We've seen Isaac Guerrero. What do you think the direction is they go there?
Well, I hope that Guerendo's healthy because he should be the kick return, right? You think about these new kickoff rules. I have been well on the record. You can come and check any of these logs. You can go and check any of my columns. These new kickoff rules won't matter in the regular season. It's not going to be a thing. Everyone's talking, it's going to be so interesting and exciting. Hope you got your fill in the preseason because everybody else is booting it out the back of the end zone.
Well, that was the big thing. Everybody's like, what's the strategy here? Do you try to squib it? Do you pooch it?
I think the Niners actually have a good strategy. I like this Jake Moody sort of punch shot thing that they got going on. But they're going to tell him to put it in the back of the end zone because it comes out to the 30 now. And here's the difference. 5 yards or 6 points.
Yeah.
Because what you have with these new kickoffs is effectively if you do, let's just say a straight kickoff right to a returner at the goal line. This guy's just running an outside zone run play. He only has one line to get through. He's running an outside zone run play with like 20 yards of head start. If he gets through, if he breaks one tackle, it's over.
See ya.
That's 6 points. And that's going to be a couple of touchdowns a week after a season where there were 4 kickoff returns for touchdowns, and one of them was a squib kick, and it was to a fullback. And he went the entire opposite direction. He cut back on the field, and he's like, there's no one here. That's every kickoff now. You break one tackle, you're gone. And we've seen it with the 49ers. They've been terrible in kick return coverage so far.
Yeah, and I don't want to see Jake Moody as a free safety, as the last line of defense.
You're going 10 against 11. Yeah. So every head coach, when it comes to special teams, they don't care about getting any advantage. They care about risk mitigation. They don't want to have to think about this stuff. So what are they going to do? They're going to say, here's 5 extra yards, whatever, go to the 30. All the touchdown drives are going to be 70 yards this year. But whatever, just kick it out of the back of the end zone. It might be interesting when we get to, November, December, the weather starts getting bad. Yeah. Now we might get into pooch kick territory, things like that. But Guerendo would have been perfect. Guerendo is perfect for that job. Now, he's tightly wound, as we're finding out. So he's got a hammy thing now. They're hoping to get him back, or is it a groin thing now? It's one of those things that you need to run. And I like Cowing as a punt returner. I think he's shown a little bit of something, and it's a viable way to get him some touches of the ball. I don't know if those are going to be there with or without Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, and just like with Isaac Guerendo, the key for Jacob Cowing is health.
Yeah.
Just like with Ricky Pearsall, the key is health. And maybe we should end on that. You had the opportunity to see Ricky Pearsall out there. He's wearing a blue jersey. No one's allowed to touch him. What were your thoughts on seeing Ricky back on the field?
He's got a chance to be really, really good. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it will happen. I don't know. Maybe the body won't follow through on the promise of his feet.
Like, you think he's going to be ready to go week 1?
I think they can give him snaps week 1. In fact, I think that they'll probably give him more snaps in week 1 than we probably think they should. And I think that's just going to be a test for the entire season. Like, hey, we're going to toss you out here. If you can give us 25 snaps and not die, we're going to feel pretty good about the rest of the season. If you go out there and get injured again, at least we know we can't trust you.
Yeah.
And we'll deal with this next year, which would suck because you probably need him now more than ever. But I do think week 1's going to be the test, seeing as he didn't get any preseason action.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe there's extra snaps available if Brandon Aiyuk is not suiting up for that week 1 matchup.
There's a lot of snaps available.
A lot of snaps out there. Who's going to be playing left tackle? Who's going to be lining up outside for Brock Purdy week 1 against the New York Jets? We'll ask those questions next to Matt Mayoko. Keep this 49er conversation going. It's Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy and Marquise Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Matt Mayoko, who's out of NBC in San Francisco.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
All right, you know what time it is. It's a Thursday morning, right around 8:50, which means it's time for the Murph and Marcus weekly Matt Mayoko hit, which is always sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Matt Mayoko, no Brian Murphy this morning. He's out in Scotland. So not only do we have no Brandon Aiyuk at practice, we got no Brian Murphy for you this morning. Dieter filling in today. What's up, Matt? How we doing?
I'm doing great, coming off one of the more interesting days in 49ers land. So we'll see what today holds.
Yeah, and let's start there, Matt. I was asking Dieter this morning his experience watching everything unfold from seeing Kyle and John speak at their presser yesterday to going out to the practice field and obviously not seeing Brandon Aiyuk. How did you digest the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I get in my car and to go down there yesterday, and I had my boss, I had people saying, wow, Brandon Aiyuk's going to practice today, right? And I'm like, well, we'll see. I'll be able to tell you that at 3 p.m. because there was the national report that it was the understanding that Aiyuk would be out there practicing, and my first thought was, well, that really doesn't make much sense because the moment he steps on the practice field, there goes all leverage. That's pretty much closes the door on anything. And then the 49ers kind of have him where he would have to play, I would think, at that point on the fifth-year option, $14.1 million. And then what became obvious once Kyle Shanahan stepped into the room and I asked him, has Brandon personally told you that he's going to practice? And Kyle's answer was no. And right then you go, okay, he's not going to practice. And that became even more clear when John Lynch started talking. And I think you guys played the soundbite earlier of John Lynch, or maybe it was Kyle, talking about Trent Williams and said, like, basically when both sides want a deal to get done, a deal gets done. He was talking about Trent Williams. Neither side, or I should say neither person, Shanahan or Lynch, said that about Brandon Aiyuk, which leads one to believe that the 49ers at this point are skeptical whether Brandon Aiyuk wants to get a deal done, or at least they're skeptical that his actions have shown that. And when John Lynch said at some point you got to play, right there was kind of like, okay, the 49ers are really uncertain. They're exasperated. They're frustrated. They've lost all patience, and I think that showed in their body language and just how the tone has changed since a week ago, because now it is real. Now it's no longer, hey, we're going to be throwing the third and fourth stringers out there to play a preseason game, and everybody's getting equal reps and this and that, and now it's, okay, the page has been flipped. All effort now goes into facing the New York Jets on Monday, September 9th, and the team's starting wide receiver, a guy who was a second-team All-Pro, a guy that they wanted to keep around for a long time, and they still might, but he's not there, and neither is the left tackle. So the entire tone from the 49ers, publicly anyway, changed yesterday when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch spoke.
Matt, you mentioned with the Trent Williams thing, John had an interesting quote yesterday saying that they're throwing out ideas. They're trying to do some creative stuff with Trent, and obviously both him and Kyle are, quote, optimistic about it. How much creativity is needed to pay the man his money here?
Well, I think there is some creativity involved because they signed him to the contract. I think when they signed him to that contract in March of 2021, basically the final year of that deal, the 2026 was kind of thrown in there. It was kind of an artificial number. I don't think anybody expected Trent Williams to play in 2026 with a base salary of $32 million. Mm-hmm. That was basically done so that his average per year would exceed David Bakhtiari and make Trent Williams the highest paid left tackle in the league. So now you have a situation where the 49ers have to watch their cap dollars, and it is my understanding that the fine money that has now totaled nearly $5 million, that still counts, I believe, unless I'm wrong. It still counts against the salary cap. So if you're going to be raising the dollar amount of what you are paying Trent Williams, if you're paying him more money, then if you're the 49ers, you take a double hit. You're now paying him more. That fine money goes back to the league, I believe, for those purposes. And so you're losing on the cap, you're losing real money. So I would think that probably the way they go is, he came into this with no guaranteed money through the remainder of his deal, 3 years, 24, 25, 26. But maybe you can take some of that, kind of at the time funny money from 2026 and move it forward and create a situation where that non-guaranteed money, or at least a portion of it, maybe a large portion of it, becomes fully guaranteed. And now, over the lifetime of the contract, you're not taking a financial hit, but you're rewarding Trent Williams with real money that was just kind of, a couple of years ago might have just been a figment of everybody's imagination. So I do think there takes some creativity. The issue, there's a couple of them, but one of them with Trent is, does he want to go? Is it a priority for him to be recognized as, the highest paid offensive lineman in the game? And it clearly was back 3 years ago because of, how that last year the deal was structured in order to bump him over the number 2 guy, or I guess over the guy who was number 1 at the time. So I think there's still a lot that has to be hammered out. Maybe it's not a big deal. They've all often spoke about being optimistic of getting this deal done. The other thing is, Trent Williams has the leverage in the sense that, this is a guy that, he's a very prideful guy, and he's made his money. I think he's invested it well. I don't think he'll have any issues if he decided his NFL career were to end today or yesterday. So, he's probably at the point where he can kind of look at the 49ers and go, you know what, guys, you need me more than I need you. So if you don't make it worth my while, I can walk away from this full well knowing that, 5, 6, whatever that number is, 7 years after he retires, he's probably going to be putting on a gold jacket.
Matt Mayoko is the voice here this morning on the UMA guest line, and you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Matt, the initial 53-man roster was released this week. It's obviously not the finalized roster, but how much are you reading into the roster construction when you look at the offensive linemen and the 8 guys they kept, the fact that Jalen Moore and Colton McKivitz are the only tackles on the roster versus what you're seeing with the wide receiver room right now, them keeping 7 wide receivers? Are you reading in between the lines of the roster construction and maybe the optimism of re-signing Trent Williams but not Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, I mean, they have 6 receivers. I mean, you said they have 7. They have 6 because Brandon Aiyuk isn't a receiver right now. He's a spectator. He's taking a seat in meetings. He took a seat on the team charter to Las Vegas, but in order to practice and field a team, he's irrelevant right now until he decides to practice and take a spot on the team. So I do think it is a little bit strange, I guess, or the roster construction. I don't know that I've ever seen a team at the final 53 and then even a day later when things start to stabilize a little bit. You're right. I mean, they don't have a left tackle, or they don't have a swing tackle right now. I'm sure they're cross-training guys. I'm a little bit surprised, and maybe there will be an opportunity for either Chris Hubbard or Brandon Parker to come back to the practice squad, and maybe they go there. But yeah, I mean, I think they're certainly expecting Trent Williams to be on the team. And, once he is, then that offensive line looks a heck of a lot better, not only from the starting standpoint, but also from the depth with Jalen Moore, who got quality reps. I mean, got basically every rep that he could possibly get, except for the first week of the preseason when he was going to play in that game against Tennessee, but he was sick, and so they kept him out of the lineup. But, yeah, I mean, as Shanahan said yesterday, they have to, they're hoping that Aiyuk will be out there. They're hoping that Trent Williams will be out there. But right now they have to prepare and get the other guys on the team ready in case that's the way they have to roll.
Matt, is there a deadline in your mind or a deadline that you've heard from the Niners as it pertains to Aiyuk and Williams as to when they need to show up in order to even be a possibility for week one?
I don't know that there is a deadline. I think that they'd have to see them on the field. I mean, remember, Brandon Aiyuk has been in the facility. I'm assuming he's been in the weight room. I haven't ever seen him break a sweat on the field. I asked Brock Purdy after the game on Friday in Las Vegas, when's the last time you threw to Brandon Aiyuk? Have you thrown to him at all this offseason? The answer was no. He has not thrown a pass to Brandon Aiyuk this entire offseason. And if you recall, a year ago at this time, what were we talking about? We were talking about the incredible chemistry that it appears that Brock Purdy has with Brandon Aiyuk, the number one receiver. Deebo Samuel, we can talk about who's more important to the team at the wide receiver position, Deebo Samuel or Brandon Aiyuk, and you can make a strong case for Deebo Samuel. But as far as a traditional wide receiver pass catcher, it was pretty clear it was Brandon Aiyuk. Now, Purdy said that he doesn't believe it will take long to kind of reestablish that chemistry because of all the reps they got throughout last training camp and throughout the season last year. But I think it's got to be one of those things where when they get on the field, they'll know. And so I don't know that they can say, okay, there's a drop-dead date of this. I think it's kind of a wait and see. I mean, they haven't seen Trent Williams in quite some time. So if he shows up and he's not sharp and they feel like, well, for week one, Jalen Moore is the better option because either physical condition or he knows the game plan better and Trent Williams is just not there yet. I mean, I think that's all stuff that they have to kind of determine as they go. And, I mean, the first step is getting those guys on the field. But, I kind of agree with what Shanahan had to say yesterday about they have to prepare at this point like neither one of those guys is going to step on the field. And then when they do show up, if they do show up, then they have to make that adjustment. And any adjustment they make at that point will be made with the idea of, okay, Aiyuk and Williams are better options even at this stage of their preparedness than these other guys. And that would have to be a decision made once they see them on the practice field.
Brandon Aiyuk, not on the practice field yesterday, but the 49ers first-round draft pick, Ricky Pearsall, was. Matt, what have you seen from Ricky since making his return to the practice field, and what do you think his status is heading into that Week 1 game?
Well, I mean, this is a guy that did not miss a game in his entire college career. And so I assume he played through some stuff, whether it was at Arizona State or Florida. His one practice where it was padded, he caught a pass very early in practice, and then saw him doing some blocking and running some routes, and one route in particular, kind of an intermediate route where he appeared to be open, and Purdy went somewhere else, and you saw the communication with Purdy going to Ricky Pearsall after the play, and they're talking things through. So I was impressed with what I saw in the offseason program. I know it was only, 6.5 practices, I think, since he got cleared from the hamstring and then re-injured the shoulder. He looked about as ready as any rookie receiver I've seen, but, he's facing, bigger, faster, stronger guys than he ever has. And it remains an issue, and it remains, I would imagine, a concern of how that left shoulder is going to hold up. You know, he's spent the past 3 weeks or so working on strengthening that shoulder, stabilizing that shoulder so that it doesn't pop out again. But you know, Juwan Jennings hasn't been out there at practice either. So, I mean, initially the wide receiver situation isn't quite as, you know, dire as left tackle without Trent Williams, but there's going to be a feeling out period to see just how ready those guys are. I mean, the only good news I can tell 49er fans is that Deebo Samuel, who, you know, his college coach warned John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that, you know, watch Deebo. He tends to get out of shape in the off season. I will say this, the last 2 years, Deebo Samuel has showed up in tip-top shape. And I know that's always the training camp story. It is fill in the blank. This guy is in the best shape of his career. Well, nobody said that about Deebo Samuel 3 years ago. Last year, I think they did say it. And this year, I would kind of re-up that and say that I think Deebo's looked really good. And there's going to be a lot more on his plate early in the season because at this point, you know, he's their best wide receiver and he's, you know, probably their second best running back.
Matt, obviously it's a league that's defined by head coaches and quarterbacks. The 49ers have made no secret that they think Brock Purdy is the present and the future of this team. I think there's plenty of good reasons to believe that, to think that they're right. But how much more does this put on Brock Purdy's shoulders if he doesn't have two of the best players on that offense out there for week one and perhaps beyond?
Well, I think both of those guys, right? I mean, Kyle Shanahan's going to have to figure some things out, and Chris Foerster is going to have to figure some things out as far as pass protection. But, yeah, I mean, the Purdy is still playing from a situation that's, I mean, he's still in a position of strength. You know, any time that he can just, you know, take 2 steps backward and hand the ball off to Christian McCaffrey or make easy pitches and catches to McCaffrey in space, or depending on the defense and the play call, I mean, there's George Kittle, there's Deebo Samuel, heck, handing the ball off to Deebo Samuel. And then, you know, I think with Jennings and potentially Ricky Pearsall, those are two guys who are pretty good about beating man coverage. So I don't think that the weapons issue is all that big of a thing because it's not like the cupboard is bare. But what's going to really test everybody is if the blind side isn't locked down like it was. I mean, there was I remember freeze framing a play from, I believe it was a Cowboys game where this was early in the season where Purdy made this unbelievable throw where when he's letting the ball fly, you can't tell that anybody is open. But when he throws it, I mean, there were so many defenders in the defensive backfield of the Cowboys. But when he threw it, you couldn't tell where he was going and why he was throwing that pass. But then he just had such a good read on what defense they were in, the routes, and where Deebo Samuel would break open. And the ball was right on the money, ended up being a big play. But when you freeze it, I think that the Cowboys had a 4-man pass rush, and 3 of the guys were on the right side. 3 of the pass rushers were on the right side, kind of swallowed up by, you know, like 4 offensive linemen and maybe even a tight end in the block. And there, the lone guy on the left side completely stonewalling the defensive end on that side was Trent Williams. So what I'm trying to say is the 49ers often, if not always, just say, okay, Trent, you got that guy, and everybody else, you know, there'll be double team or somebody's going to get help in pass protection. Well, that won't be the situation on Monday night if Trent Williams is not out there. They just don't say, hey, Trent, you got your guy, and then we'll let the other offensive linemen kind of figure out who's helping each other. And that's a big thing. You know, that now that's starting to take more game planning, mental power to try to figure out how you get Brock Purdy that time in the pocket to make his reads and make the right throw, because I don't think Brock Purdy ever has to worry about how his blind side is being protected.
Last thing before we let you go, Matt, got to ask about the guys behind Brock Purdy. 49ers decided to keep both Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen. I know Kyle did not announce QB2 yesterday. Do you know about a timeline of when we could figure out who's going to be backing up Brock?
I don't. Maybe practice will have some hints. I don't know that he's told those guys. It sounds like this is the closest backup quarterback competition that we've ever seen. I know last year in training camp, a lot of people were trying to make cases for Trey Lance as the number 2, but I thought it was pretty obvious early on which way the 49ers were going with that, and Sam Darnold ended up, as Kyle Shanahan said, kind of separating himself a couple weeks into camp, and then they make that trade and send Trey Lance to the Cowboys. But I thought early on it was pretty clear that Brandon Allen was ahead of Josh Dobbs. Just you could tell his comfort level with the system, his decisiveness, and all that. I think obviously Dobbs is a very bright guy. I think maybe he still relies a little bit too much on his legs to escape problems and not get rid of the ball as quickly as Kyle Shanahan would like. So I think I still give Brandon Allen a slight edge on that, but maybe the strides that Dobbs has made in recent weeks in kind of picking up the system and figuring out what Shanahan wants, where to go with the football, I think that has been the reason that this competition seems to be so close. But let's not sugarcoat this. If the 49ers ever have to go with one of their backup quarterbacks, that's not going to be a good thing, and chances are all of their goals that they set for the season will probably go unrealized.
That'd be the Tom Moore School of Quarterbacking right there.
There you go.
Matt, great stuff as always, man.
The old sage. Tom Moore, the old sage.
There it is. Always appreciate your insight and your coverage. We'll continue to follow you all throughout training camp and the start of the season. And Matt, 1 week from today, we'll be talking to you Thursday morning on the kickoff day of the 2024 NFL season.
Where's it go, Matty?
There we go. And, I would say there will be plenty to discuss. All those answers, going back to your question, Dieter, if we're talking next week and Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk are not in the fold, I would have to guess that would be a no-brainer at that point, that neither one of them could suit up and be a contributor on Monday Night Football.
I'd be willing to have Trent Williams come down in a helicopter 5 minutes before the game and play left tackle, Matt. I don't know about you, but I'd be willing to have him land at the 50-yard line.
Well, it's a tough ask, but I guess if anybody could do it, would probably be Trent Williams.
Great stuff as always, Matt. We'll ask you more questions next week. Take care, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, KNBR's own 49er insider, Matt Mayoko. We can respond to some of the things that Matt told us right there and also get you ready for some Giants baseball. 11:10 today, first pitch.
Nothing like it.
Giants and 49ers, nothing like it. We'll continue talking Bay Area sports on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is getaway day for the Giants as they wrap up the Brewers series and the road trip. First pitch is at 11:10 this morning as Hayden Birdsong takes the mound to go for the series win. So I buried the lead there. Following the game, Farhan Zaidi will join Tobin and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. Farhan at 4:50. You can hear it all on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I think you guys played the soundbite earlier of John Lynch, or maybe it was Kyle, talking about Trent Williams and said, like, basically when both sides want a deal to get done, a deal gets done. He was talking about Trent Williams. Neither side, or I should say neither person, Shanahan or Lynch, said that about Brandon Aiyuk, which leads one to believe that the 49ers at this point are skeptical whether Brandon Aiyuk wants to get a deal done, or at least they're skeptical that his actions have shown that. And when John Lynch said at some point you got to play, right there was kind of like, okay, the 49ers are really uncertain. They're exasperated. They're frustrated. They've lost all patience. And I think that showed in their body language and just how the tone has changed.
Man, oh man, at some point, you got to play. And that point is coming up soon. We're 1 week away from the NFL season kicking off on Thursday Night Football. Of course, 49ers taking on the Jets. Monday night, taking on Aaron Rodgers and possibly Hassan Reddick. That's another guy that's dealing with a holdout issue out in New York. But, of course, here in San Francisco, we're talking about hold-ins and holdouts with Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. And it's funny, we got a text from the 831 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. He said, damn, Matt Mayoko just hit us with more Murph bummer summer vibes, because it's been a big theme for Murph about how this whole summer has been a bummer. But I can tell you one thing that made my summer. Last night being down at Oracle Park, hearing a little abracadabra. Yeah, Brandon Aiyuk, we want to reach out and grab you. Last night, shout out to everybody who showed up at Oracle Park for Steve Miller Band, Def Leppard, and Journey. And a really cool moment where Steve Miller takes the microphone and talks about getting a phone call from Eminem, who sampled Abracadabra on his new song Houdini. Super cool shout out, and it was super cool to see a local legend, the Steve Miller Band, and of course the boys from Journey and Def Leppard out there at Oracle Park. Dieter, where do you fall on your taste of music? I don't really know you as a musical head.
Extreme underground punk rock circa Chicago, year 2000 to 2007. Thank you.
Oh, now I would just throw out a name. I don't know if this is the right ballpark or not, but are we talking like Misfits? Is that one of the type of bands?
Big Misfits.
I'm good. I'm glad I got
the
that.
Morons,
Put that on the board,
idiots.
Tony. I'm guessing young Tony does not know the Misfits.
Yeah, we were hanging at the Fireside Bowl. We were hanging at the Metro, little alkaline trio in your life. Yeah, it was. I still keep it extreme.
I can tell you I would not want to be in the middle of a mosh pit with Dieter Kernbach.
No. I mean, I also listen to like Warren Zevon, so I can mix it up here, a little hold steady for you on a Thursday. I can play the game. I don't know if anyone's going to like it, but I like it.
Dieter's like an onion. He's got layers, whether it's his musical takes or his takes on the 49ers.
You want to listen to some Japanese fusion jazz? Because I've been into that lately.
Dude, I'll be down with that.
Yeah,
catch me at a nightclub listening to some of that.
I got a buddy going to Japan, and I'm like, I have a list of records you need to bring back, my friend, and I need them all in 270 gram or higher. Thank you.
I like that. We might have to mix that into the rejoin music. But what I was saying about not wanting Dieter in the middle of a mosh pit.
Yep.
I would want Trent Williams by my side in the middle of that mosh pit. But it seems like things are moving in the direction where everybody was talking about being optimistic. But young Tony, are we optimistic about some breaking news? What do we got here?
We have breaking news according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Golden State Warriors star Steph Curry has agreed to a 1-year, $62.6 million extension that will keep him under contract through the 2026-27 season. His agent, Jeff Austin, tells ESPN.
Steph Curry getting the bag.
Yeah. No, not. I mean, a little bit surprising given everything that's happened this offseason with the Warriors and the swings and misses on the big names and not getting that number 2. But this was something that was looming over the team. It was pretty obvious. There's a number. You can only take so much money if you're Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. This alleviates some concerns here. I think it aligns perfectly with Draymond Green's contract now. I think Steve Kerr's contract. Yeah. So everything's in line here, except for the roster around him that can win enough basketball games to get him another title. But everything else is in line, and the money's right.
I've got 2 takes here. One, can you imagine Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk right now looking at that $62 million 1-year contract extension for Steph Curry?
People are starving out here.
Yeah, but they're still not in the same ballpark as Steph Curry. We all know that. And 2, are you telling me that you're not a believer that Brandon Pajemski is going to be putting up 10 3-pointers per game and is going to turn into an all-star this season, Dieter?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not a believer.
Because that was the story yesterday. Pods had a sit-down interview, I believe, with Tim Kawakami.
No, it was Slater.
Oh, excuse me. My apologies.
Same affiliation.
Shout out to The Athletic.
You didn't get your email from The Athletic this morning?
I did not check my newsletter this morning. Can't say I went there. But I did see your takes on Twitter about pods.
Who needs newsletters?
And like, here's the thing. It's like we've heard all offseason long about how pods is going to be a future all-star, which is interesting because a couple months ago we were talking about if there's anybody who's going to step up to be that number 2 alongside Steph Curry, it would be Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
It seems to me he has a higher ceiling. Maybe Pods has the higher floor. Yeah. But does it feel like to you that they're more confident in Pods right now in his future, or maybe they're just kind of mixing up these messages because they got to go into negotiation soon with Kuminga?
Well, it's without question, it has to be Kuminga. Yeah. Now, listen, neither of these options are any good, Marcus. Like, we can all agree neither of these guys is a number 2 on anything resembling a championship contender. I mean, this is a play-in roster. And the idea that Brandon Pajemski, who... I mean, what do you honestly think of Brandon? I need someone else's opinion on Brandon Pajemski. Like, what is he?
He's a jack of all trades, a master of none.
Okay.
I think he does a lot of things well.
Yeah.
Whether it's rebounding, passing, taking blocks and charges. He led the NBA last year. He does a lot of the little stuff well, which is why I think Steve Kerr had that much confidence to play a rookie that much.
Totally. And I think that he deserved all the playing time he got. There's another word for, I think, the guy you just described. He's a glue guy.
Yeah.
What's he sticking together on this team? What? I know one piece of wood. What's the other piece of wood that he's supposed to stick together? What lineups is he supposed to make cohesive?
And is he the piece that you're going to die on a hill and say, he's untouchable? We're not going to get Lauri Markkanen because we don't want to give up Pods.
Clearly is. Yeah. They already did it. And by the way, I think that's going to be extremely regrettable in the not too distant future. I can hear some, naysaying on Markkanen. I think that there's room for interpretation on Lauri Markkanen. Is he the ideal number 2? I think he fit the scheme really well. I think he fit with Draymond Green well. That's not an easy thing to do, but he's not a clearly elite player or a player of a certain caliber like a Paul George would have been. There's room for interpretation there, but come on now. Jonathan Kuminga has to make the leap. He can jump high, but he can't make that big a leap. Or Brandon Pajemski as an all-star. This is delusional stuff, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to sit there and watch what Steph Curry did in the Olympics, still at the peak, arguably the prime of his career, and to think about how the Warriors are essentially going to waste away a season next year. Now, people have different thoughts. Murph thinks the team is better this year than they were last year. I do not think this is a better roster without Klay Thompson and additions they bring in this offseason.
All 6 points of slow-mo is going to help.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Buddy Hield's going to throw up some threes. He'll miss half of them and not give you any defense at all.
I would kill for Buddy Hield to only miss half of his threes.
Yeah, it's going to be more than half. I mean, that guy will get up some shots and will give you no defense. I don't know how him and Steph could be at the court.
If you enjoyed Klay Thompson chucking last year, have I got a Buddy Hield for you? Because he's just going to take it to a whole other level. 2 teams told Buddy Hield, you got to go. We can't do this anymore in the last year.
The Pacers were a playoff team. The Philadelphia Sixers were a playoff team. And we got to get rid of this guy.
We
don't want to be around.
Come on, man. I know there's some Bahamas connection there. You just go. Please, your services are no longer needed. But, DeAnthony Melton is a nice pickup. Mm-hmm. He missed the half of last season with a broken back.
We're a couple days away of still talking about the Warriors preseason out in Hawaii. That's big news, too.
They're going to go see Don Nelson. They're going to get right. It's going to be good.
I've been smoking some pot. I don't got my soundboard this morning, but that's Don Nelson. Also, me, myself, last night at the Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller Band concert, but enough of that concert.
I was wondering why you were so out of it this morning.
Yeah, you know how it is. Late night, early mornings. We'll continue this discussion on the other side.
Little
Shout
sativa,
out to
little
Steph
indica.
Curry. Can buy a whole lot of that stuff with his 1-year, $62 million contract extension. Maybe he can split up some of that money and give Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk $30 million apiece.
Yeah, he's a Panthers fan.
And we can say night-night to this conversation. Yeah, maybe Steph Curry will have some takes on Terrence Marshall. You'll get more takes from Larry Krueger Monday night on Niners Nightly. But on the other side, we'll hop back into the Niner conversation, get back to reacting to Matt Mayoko, and also reacting to the sound yesterday from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. It's Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Communicated to Brandon's camp at any point, say, last 2 weeks, that he would be expected to practice starting.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into our communication again, but, there's, at some point you got to play.
Some point you got to play. That day is getting closer and closer. 1 week out from the start.
Was that day not yesterday, Marcus?
Yeah, it seemed like yesterday was the day. I mean, hell, I had a conversation with John Lynch last week, and I said, do you have a deadline on Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk? He said, yeah, like a month ago. And here we are, months and weeks and days later. Still no news on Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams and their contract extensions with the 49ers. Last segment, we did break the news that Steph Curry has agreed to a 1-year, $62 million contract extension. That throws one more year on the 2 years he had left.
Yep.
So it sounds like Steph Curry's going to be sticking around in the Bay. Who's going to be in the Bay Area longer? Steph Curry, Trent Williams, or Brandon Aiyuk?
Steph Curry.
So you don't think Brandon Aiyuk gets a contract longer than 3 years?
I don't think Brandon Aiyuk gets another contract with the San Francisco 49ers.
And Trent Williams being 36 years old, how much longer is he going to play?
I'm not sure Trent Williams is ever going to play football again for the San Francisco 49ers. I don't. Is that an outlandish take? I mean, it seems like all signs point to that right now.
Well, that's what I was getting to before we had this Steph Curry breaking news. Because for the last month or so, everybody was hyper-focused on Brandon Aiyuk. It felt like there wasn't enough attention on Trent Williams. And every time I would ask a beat reporter or some guest we had on, they'd be like, yeah, the Niners are going to figure this out. Trent Williams will be out there Monday night against the Jets. And I've said it a few times over the last couple of weeks. I'm not too sure about that. Right. I think Trent Williams, at this point of his career, can actually have that leverage to hold out and show how meaningful that holdout would be. We brought up the 3-game stretch last year. Yes, Deebo Samuel was also out, but look at Brock Purdy's numbers in those 3 games without Trent Williams. That offense fell apart. So you take Trent Williams off this team, and we're talking about maybe them not even being a Super Bowl contender. He's that important to the roster. But it does seem like now, since we're getting closer and closer, there has been a shift to maybe more of the pessimistic view that he will not be playing on Monday night.
I don't see any evidence that he will play. And I think that one of the reasons that everybody has been sort of nonchalant about the scenario, at least externally, is that it seems pretty straightforward. The Niners need to pay him more money. He's made a pretty clear-cut demand. And the Niners can either acquiesce to what he wants or not have him. With Brandon Aiyuk, there's nothing clear-cut. Everything is strange. Everything is peculiar. It's a lot of emotion. It's a social media element to it. Yeah. People comparing Brandon Aiyuk's situation or Trent Williams' situation to Nick Bosa's situation. The Aiyuk situation has nothing to do with the Bosa situation because Aiyuk has been loud this whole time. Aiyuk is showing up to work and then saying on social media, actually, I want to be a Commander. I want to be a Steeler. Well, stop showing up to 49ers practice then. And if you're going to be there, maybe do something while you're there instead of standing around and getting into it on the sidelines with a trainer or something.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the boy who cried wolf. Right. You said you wanted a trade request. Well, the 49ers granted those trade requests.
Here's
they
a
had
trade.
3 different trades in place, and BA said no to all of them.
Well, he said yes to the Steelers one, but the Niners are like, well, we actually can't do this because it's not a good trade for us. Yeah. And so, again, Brandon Aiyuk is operating on the premise that he has more leverage than he does. And the 49ers, I think rightly, called him on it. Said, you're under contract. You will get your money somewhere. Clearly, it's not going to be here. Show up to work. Let's get something done. But the Trent Williams situation is applicable to the Nick Bosa one. Because as much as we say, hey, Nick Bosa didn't show up in good enough football shape, it was a real lag on the season, all this stuff, and they got it done at the very last second. You didn't hear a peep from Nick Bosa or anybody around Nick Bosa at all the entire summer. And it was honestly, it got to the point where it's like, this is a little weird. Is something going to get done here? The same thing with Trent Williams. You don't hear a peep. There's one guy who's got a beat on the Trent Williams situation. It's Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. He's come out with 2 reports. One was before the draft saying he's probably going to want more money. And the other one was a couple of weeks ago where he's like, he wants more money. It's not that complicated. Trent Williams gets paid or he does not play. He is willing to retire. He's made his money. He's good. He's got the gold jacket. And the notion that, hey, you want the Super Bowl, right? You got to come back and play for it. Who's to say Trent Williams wants that Super Bowl? He's played in the Super Bowl, didn't play very well in the Super Bowl. What's to say that he needs that to cap off his career? He might not think that anymore. I mean, that's fair enough. He was very happy to be at the Super Bowl last year. I think it's easy when you're there to think, man, how great would this be for my legacy if I were to win it? But he's been there. He's seen it. Might not have been everything he cracked it up to be. Certainly his play wasn't. So the idea that Trent Williams is robbing himself of something, he might value this a lot differently than we value it, and he's the one putting his body on the line. You got to pay him or he won't play. And right now, there's just no indication whatsoever that I'm getting from anybody. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, people on the outside, certainly, the Trent camp. I'm not getting any indication that they're any closer to a deal today than they were 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago.
And that gets back to the conversation of how these players value themselves. Whether or not a guy like Brandon Aiyuk sees himself in the class with Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb, which I think most people would agree that he's not, versus a guy like Trent Williams who can see himself in elite tier, maybe by himself, as the best left tackle in football. And that's why he has the ability to reset the market, like we saw with Nick Bosa, like we saw with Christian McCaffrey. Brandon Aiyuk does not have that same ability. So when the 49ers are calling bluffs, they can call the bluff of a Brandon Aiyuk and say, look, we drafted Ricky Pearsall. We still got Debo. We got Kittle over the middle. We got options, my friend.
Yep.
When you look at the offensive line, there aren't too many options. You got Jalen Moore and Colt McKivitz. Those are literally the two only offensive tackles on your roster. So when Trent Williams is saying, hey, my cards are on the table, you got to pay me, or it's going to be Jalen Moore and Colt McKivitz protecting the blind side of Brock Purdy, that's a bluff that the 49ers cannot call.
I mean, Trent Williams has never bluffed once in his life. He says what he means. He's about that action. If you want to ride with Ben Barch as your swing tackle, you can ride that way, but you're not going to be riding anywhere near New Orleans come February. You're probably not. You're probably riding your ass out to Dallas or New Orleans. You might play in New Orleans, but you'll be playing the Saints in the first round on the road.
Yeah.
And that's the best case scenario.
That's the difference. Without Brandon Aiyuk, the 49ers are still a Super Bowl contender. Without Trent Williams, yes, they still have a great roster, but it's going to be hard for me to see them winning a bowl without Trent.
You got that roster, and you go, wow, it's so talented. And then you immediately start looking at that roster, and it's be like, man, can we trade any of these guys for a left tackle?
Yeah, then we start talking about how creative that they're trying to get with this contract with Trent Williams. Then you got to start getting creative with your play calls.
That's
moving
right.
Brock Purdy out of the pocket and just trying to save him for when he's going to get paid $60
Can we get Brock Purdy on one of those clouds from Super Mario, and he just floats over there? Can we get him on a drone? Can we get Brock on a drone for this play?
Backyard Brock on the drone, flying around in the backfield. Plenty of storylines to still talk about before the NFL season kicks off next week. On the other side, we'll give you an update on the San Francisco Giants. I'll put on my doctor's coat and tell you about a couple players that the Giants placed on the waiver wire yesterday and what it means for young guys like Omarco Luciano, Luis Matos, and the future of the San Francisco Giants down the last 28 games in this season. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's Playground Purdy, man.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, wrapping up the Murph and Marcus show on a Thursday morning with a little bit of Journey in the background. This is how they wrapped up their show last night at Oracle Park. Because the San Francisco Giants are currently on the road, getaway day in Milwaukee, 11:10 first pitch, the award-winning Diamond Note starting in about 20 minutes. So let's squeeze in some Giants news and notes before we get to our health report and our Bigelow Tea-sponsored What Did Young Tony Learn Today segment, because there was some news to discuss this morning outside of Brandon Aiyuk, outside of Trent Williams, outside of Steph Curry getting a contract extension. It was the fact that the San Francisco Giants yesterday decided to place Thairo Estrada, Taylor Rogers, and Tony's favorite player, Tyler Matzek, on the waiver wires, which means it might be the end of the Thairo Estrada era, but to me, Dieter, means more that it's finally time to let the kids play. You're 67 and 67. You got 28 games left, and you're 6.5 games out of the wild card.
I mean, is Brett Wisely a kid? Because that's who they're going to play.
I want Marco Luciano.
That's who they're going to play.
Marco Luciano has been getting reps at second base in Sacramento.
Yep.
We've all seen the shortstop experiment since he first came to the organization, whether it's me criticizing him when he was in San Jose or Murph saying he's got an iron skillet here at the major league level.
He did.
Marco Luciano, you got to find a spot for the bat. So I'm saying, hey, if you're going to move on from Thairo Estrada, give the kid Marco Luciano a chance.
I'm with you 100%. Last 8 games for Marco Luciano in AAA, and we all know it's a nice hitters league, the PCL. 11 hits, 9 runs in the last 8 games. And the strikeouts are down, the walks are up. I see no reason not to give the guy 100 at-bats for the rest of the season. I see no reason not to give Luis Matos 100 at-bats for the rest of the season. But this is also a team that a couple weeks ago decided that Mark Canha was the best option. So I don't think they can be trusted.
Yes, after we were all gaslit on the Jorge Soler trade and the belief that Marco Luciano was going to start to get some at-bats, he did not get them, but hopefully down the stretch he will get those at-bats. But Dieter, I can tell you one man that will be getting an at-bat today, Patrick Bailey, because it is time for our Sutter Health Giants update. Tony, cue the music.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Yes, you heard me tease it. Patrick Bailey is expected to be back in the lineup today. He is officially being activated from the IL after dealing with an oblique injury. It's going to be good to get Patrick Bailey behind the dish today with Hayden Birdsong. First pitch at 11:10 this morning, and we'll actually give you the Giants lineup on the other side after I tell you that the Giants Sutter Health Report is sponsored by Sutter Health. From the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts, Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. Visit SutterHealth.org. And yes, we will take a visit to the Giants lineup. All this information, which you can get in about 20 minutes on the award-winning Diamond Notes. But we got Lamont Wade Jr. leading it off today. Tyler Fitzgerald in that 2-hole at shortstop. Elliot Ramos batting 3 in left field.
Okay.
Michael Conforto DHing. Matt Chapman holding down the hot corner. Patrick Bailey back behind the dish.
Like that.
Gerard Encarnacion in right field.
Yep.
Grant McCray in center.
Why not?
Thairo Estrada still in the lineup despite being
Showcasing.
Placed on the waiver wire.
Got to showcase a Thairo Estrada at this point.
Real quick, your thoughts on Grant McCray?
Fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You think there's any competition next year in center field between him and Jung-Hoo Lee?
From Grant McCray?
Yeah, we were debating this yesterday defensively of who do you think gets a better read off the bat? Grant McCray or Jung-Hoo Lee defensively in center field?
Well, they paid Jung-Hoo Lee $100 million. Yeah. So there is not competition in center field. And also, I would like to say that that's one of the most depressing conversations I've ever heard on Sports Talk Radio.
Me and Murph dove into it yesterday.
Who gets a better jump? They both get good jumps.
They do. Who gets the better read? I went with Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
He went Grant McCray.
Okay.
Riveting radio, Dieter.
Well, I'm sure it's interesting enough. For all 7 people who stayed on to listen.
That's it. And those same 7 people got to find out what young Tony learned yesterday. Tony, it's about that time.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
But today, Dieter Kurtenbach wants to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Yeah, what'd you learn?
And I mentioned last night I went out to Oracle Park to go see Steve Miller Band, Journey, and Def Leppard. It was a few days ago where young Tony learned that the Steve Miller Band is from San Francisco, but that also led to a conversation about what kind of music Dieter Kurtenbach likes. Because a lot of people have been asking today, Dieter, do you like anything? Music, food, ladies, your wife? I don't know, probably getting a little too personal there, but Dieter, you told us that you
I don't like this line of questioning.
You do have a love of, what did you call it? Like pop punk Chicago music?
First off, leave the pop out of it, sir. Hardcore underground Chicago punk circa 2000 to 2007. I was very clear about this.
Very specific. And I threw out the guess that maybe he's a fan of the band Misfits.
I said that's accurate.
And that would be accurate. And young Tony was not aware of Misfits. Now you have a little bit of a sample here for us. Now, first of all, Dieter, what do you think about young Tony's song choice here?
It's a great choice. A little saw, listen, it's not their hardest action, and that's cool. Like, you got to play something for the folks. Misfits concerts, a little weird, not going to lie. It's a little much, just some face paint. It's like kind of like a Juggalo situation. I'm not into that per se.
Oh, I would love to see Dieter with some Juggalo face paint on.
What if I said Insane Clown Posse when I should have said that? That would have been a better gig, better bit. That would have been so much better. Listen, I'm glad that young Tony is finding out about the Misfits. We can get into some real deep cuts a little bit later on, Tony. I got plenty of records, plenty of tapes, plenty of CDs for you to listen to. Wait until you find out what CDs and tapes are.
Yeah. Young Tony learned what a CD and a tape is this morning. Young Tony, what are your thoughts on the Misfits?
Yeah, they're all right. Not my style of music, but I don't knock it.
No, it's your prerogative. You're allowed to. The whole point is that, it's not supposed to be popular. Right? We won't be part of any club that would have us.
That is true. And I also mentioned being in that club with Dieter Kurtenbach and whether or not you would want to get into a mosh pit with Dieter.
Yeah.
Now, we did run into a situation earlier when we talked about George Kittle's new DirecTV commercial where he shaves the top of his head. And Dieter didn't like that we were playing a commercial that relies on visuals on an audio medium.
That's right.
So I suggested the idea that we just buzz off the top of Dieter's head and we see how it looks on KNBR.com, on Twitch, and on YouTube. And Dieter said, no. I'm taking you down, Waterboy, and I'm taking young Tony with me. I would throw him across the room.
Yep.
And that's when I made the reference to Jazzy Jeff from the show Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Now, Dieter, I'm guessing you're down with the little Fresh Prince?
Yes, sir. Nick at Night, very common.
Perfect.
Very common watch.
But it blows my mind that a kid like young Tony, you'd never watched the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
No, I did. And Nick at Night, I definitely watched.
Okay, you're just unfamiliar with DJ Jazzy Jeff.
I didn't watch every episode of the show.
Well, it was
you also didn't watch like half of them?
Yeah,
what are you
because
talking about?
it was a common bit where Jazzy Jeff would literally get thrown out of the front door.
I did not know that, no.
Huh?
Pretty sure it was in the intro to every single episode.
You are correct. Yeah, at the end of the theme song, Jazzy Jeff was getting tossed from the door.
Yeah,
Tony,
I've seen...
Up your game.
I've seen some clips. I was also 10 to 12 years old when the whole show was coming out.
How old do you think I was when I got into the Misfits, buddy?
Fair point.
Exactly.
Come on, up your game.
And this is why we do What Did Young Tony Learn Today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Dieter, appreciate you filling in for Murph this morning.
Yes, sir.
We'll do it again tomorrow. Maybe there will be an update on Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, probably not.
Most likely not, but we do know that Steph Curry has signed a 1-year, $62 million contract extension with the Golden State Warriors. He'll be here for 3 more years. And we also know you got Giants baseball right around the corner. First pitch, 11:10. Hayden Birdsong on the bump. Patrick Bailey back behind home plate. And for the next 10 minutes, you'll get Papa and Lund giving their preview before they give you the award-winning Diamond Notes. But when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. That line was so nice, I had to write it twice. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. Papa and Lund, start right now.
You heard right. Get your favorite pro and college football with nothing on your roof.
When I'd get the answer right on a math test, and it's usually be like, well, you didn't show your work. I don't care if I showed the work. I got the damn answer correct, right?
Just because you cheated off of Billy doesn't mean that you actually know how it happened.
Exactly.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping
John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
10 minutes to talk, and man, is there a ton to get to with the 49ers. What happened with Brandon Aiyuk? Kyle and John spoke today. I know the guys in the morning talked about it. We got Giants baseball coming up in just a few minutes. But, Pop, man, let's not waste any time here because we now have 9 minutes. You were down there. You saw this stuff. You saw John's face and Kyle and the frustration a little bit. And then you had a lot of fun last night. But just give me your quick thoughts on what we saw there and where we stand now.
Yeah, I went out to practice right after we got off the air, and Brandon Aiyuk wasn't there. So we'll see what happens. They are going to practice earlier today. We'll go out and watch that after we get done and see if there's a change in heart, but he was not there. We had a great night last night at the Player for a Purpose event. Ray Greenlaw gave a real tearjerker of a speech with his upbringing. It was all beautiful. All the players were there. Once you're insulated inside a team, I don't know if you worry a lot about this. You got your own agenda. Now it's 11 days to the kickoff against the Jets. By the way, there's going to be a traffic snarl because school's going to be back in force that day. You don't want to kick that off with a half-empty Levi's and have to deal with Robert Saleh and that pass rush from the New York Jets. So make sure you make plans on Monday to get there for kickoff because it's going to be an issue. But in any event, we'll talk more about that tomorrow and next week, John. But overall, it was a great event. Practice looked good. A lot of the injured players are on the mend. We'll get into that more when we have more time. But as we're waiting for Trent Williams and hopefully Brandon Aiyuk to extend their deals, and what do we think they may get? Brandon, $30 million a year. Maybe Trent, $32.5. Add it up, and it's still less than what Joe Lacob just gave Steph Curry. $62.6 million one-year extension. It is the golden rule. He who wins Team USA, the gold rules. And he's already making, the final 2 years of his contract, big money at, $55.7 million and $59.6. But, John, $62.6 million. I remember when Jerry Reinsdorf used to give Michael Jordan the one-year deal for $35 million, and it was an incredible amount of money. But with the escalation of what Steph's making, and it is the max number he can make for now, because of the CBA rules, we can only tack on one more year under CBA rules. So the Warriors are going to issue a press release here in just minutes, and I don't know if they're going to explain it all. But right now they got him under contract for 2 more years, the Steve Kerr years. Now Steve can be extended as well, with Steph extending out. But, 1 year deal, John, for $62.6 million. We're talking every minute of our show for months about Trent and Aiyuk. Steph is going to make that probably more than they're going to make himself in 1 year. Unbelievable.
Well, Chase is the house that Steph built, and none of this is possible without him. So the value of the Warriors, which has gone through the roof since Joe, Peter, and that whole group bought it, $450 million is what they bought it for. And now they're over in San Francisco in that palace of the Chase Center, and all this can be, it's overly simplistic to say this, but without Steph Curry, there's none of this. So 62.6 is a ton of money. But without Steph Curry, none of this happens. So the billions of dollars that this franchise is worth can be drawn back to Steph Curry. So, they could give him 10 times that, and it probably wouldn't be enough. So 62.6 is a ton of money. So everybody getting deals done in the deal yesterday with Brandon Aiyuk, and it didn't look like it was any closer. So, yeah, huge news. Steph Curry now is under contract with the Warriors through the 26-27 season. So, and all the talk around Steph Curry is obviously what they did in the offseason if they got themselves any better. But, like you said, Steph is just in a different atmosphere, like you said.
In all of American sport. I assume some international – I assume some international soccer players make more.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They do.
But there's no one's ever made $62.6 million in a single year in American sports history. And don't read too much into this 1 year extension that he's only going to play with the Warriors 3 more years. Again, by CBA rules, they could only tack on one extra year to his contract. They could address that later, but he is going to be under contract for 3 more years, Steve, 2 more years. So we'll just assess where we are. But that number, I mean, and he's already jumped up into a huge stratosphere, what he's going to make this coming year and the year after, with the contracts of 55.7 and 59.6, and then percentage-wise, you could stair-step it up. But when you see the number over 60 and $62.6 million for 1 year, it is just amazing. But Steph is one of one right now in American sport.
All right, before we get out of here, real quick, what did you glean from yesterday? I know a lot of people want your opinion on this. What did you glean from those press conferences, and especially Brandon not practicing?
That the report, I think, that Garofalo had was to lay it out what the 49ers wanted to have happen. So they wanted him to practice. They made it clear there would be consequences if he did not practice. I don't know when he passed a physical, but they changed the rules when they went to the 53-man roster, and we knew that that day would be just there's going to be a lot of inflection points. I think, and they aren't going to practice on Labor Day Monday. They're going to come back on Tuesday. So assuming he does not practice today, and I don't want to assume anything in this whole saga, because I felt when I saw him Thursday and flying with us to Vegas and then Friday in Vegas that he was in a really good mood, that something may be happening. There was a report a week earlier that they had agreed to the first 3 years of the deal, and it was just the guaranteed money in the 4th year, which is significant. I mean, what if Trent Williams had his guaranteed in his last year of his contract at, $32 million or whatever it is, what Steph's, about half of what Steph's going to get. But, that would be a different situation for Trent. So the back end of his contract was not guaranteed, and that's part of his bone of contention, plus the fact that all these young tackles have passed him, and he's still the best tackle in football. So we knew that that date of Tuesday when the rosters had to be to 53 was going to be a point. There's going to be markers on the way that spur activity, movement, negotiation, or a different stance. And their stance right now is we gave up. We did not put you on a separate list. And I do wonder about the commissioner's exempt list. Can they put him on that? That would be if they do suspend him. But you don't want to do that and have him miss 4 games. So they made it clear that if you don't show up for practice today, there's going to be consequences. And I don't know if he passed normally players come in initially and take a physical upon entry, and they have the conditioning test. I don't know when the back and the neck, whatever's bothering him, when that happened. He wasn't working out with the team, but he could have done it on his own. Anyway, he was saying that he had an injury. The doctors are saying you're good enough to play. We clear you. So now they can start finding him. So we've reached a little pushback where we'll be cool with this hold in for a while, but there's nothing in the CBA that allows us to be cool. We've been saying that for a while. Mike Silver's written that. They can push back. They can fine you for not practicing when we think you're able to practice. It's not one just to go to all the meetings and be studious and get the mental reps. You got to get on the field and play. This is a game where we don't play it on a chessboard. We play it on a football field. So you need to go out there and take part. And so Tuesday was going to be, we saved a roster spot for you, and you're still not here. We made you a good offer. We tried to trade you, and you didn't accept the trades. You didn't accept the money from the other teams. You're running out of time. So you got to do something here. So we'll see what happens today. I'm not optimistic about today based on yesterday, but after today, they take the whole Labor Day weekend off. It's a league-wide rule. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, most teams will go back on Labor Day Monday, but the Niners don't play until the following Monday, not Sunday. So the schedule has a Tuesday practice. So I know John Lynch, Parag, everybody's going to be laboring, and obviously his agent, Ryan Williams, John, to try to get it done. So we'll see what happens today, but really this weekend is going to be critical with Brandon Aiyuk.
All right, that is the latest. I know you wanted to hear Pop's thoughts on that. We only had 10 minutes to discuss it, but certainly discouraging. We'll see what happens today, but discouraging with Brandon Aiyuk. And now the next step happens as we've kind of gone through this whole thing of back and forth. the 49ers might start fining Brandon Aiyuk because you said yesterday, John Lynch actually said at some point you got to play. That was the exact quote from John Lynch. He said at some point you got to play. So we'll see how that plays out. Steph Curry, $62.6 million one-year contract extension. No new news on Trent Williams. So there you go. But let's get just some Giants baseball. It is the finale in Milwaukee. Hayden Birdsong goes to the mound. We'll get you all of it. Giants pregame starting up right now on the Sports Leader.
The long cross-country road trip ends today, and we'll do it one more time for Milwaukee as the Giants try to take 2 out of 3 from the first-place Milwaukee Brewers. Giants are going to hand the ball to Hayden Birdsong, and they'll need a good one from him as the bullpen has been really worn out on this trip. The Brewers are going to send 4-8 Adam Savali to the mound. I'm FP Santangelo along with Joe Rizzo, and let's roll out the barrel. We'll have a barrel of fun with a getaway day win. The Giants pregame show starts right now.
Hey, everybody, it is August 29th in Giants history. So why are we doing a Cleveland Indians highlight? Because it's August 29th. And on August 29th, 1977, our favorite, Dwayne Kuiper, had his historic moment as a Cleveland Indian. Kuiper, of course, beloved in Cleveland, as he should be. And he was playing for the Tribe back in 1977 on a Monday night at Cleveland Stadium. 6,236 fans, Indians, White Sox. Come on, man, that's not a high-profile game, but it's a high-profile day for Dwayne Kuiper because in the bottom of the first, White Sox pitcher Steve Stone, former Giant, is facing Kuiper with 1 out and the base is empty. So let's put a little perspective here. It's Dwayne's 358th career game, his 1,382nd career at bat, his 1,533rd plate appearance, and he'd never done this.
1-0 pitch to the left-hand batter. He drives one down the right field line, headed for the wall. It's gone! Dwayne Kuiper just hit his first major league home run. How about that?
Hey, look at Dwayne mend those bases.
Oh, is he one happy ball player?
Look got Buddy Bell waiting for him.
Wayne Kuiper just hit his first big league homer.
Great call. A lot of fun. 6,200 Cleveland fans pumped. So as Kuiper sprinted around the bags. The only home run in Dwayne Kuiper's career, which did last 12 beautiful years. Played in 1,057 games. Kuiper, you listening? 3,379 at-bats, and he was a career 271 hitter. Nice. He could wield the wand and flash the leather. Get you some baseball phraseology there. Oh, and by the way, he helped him win the game. Cleveland won 9-2. Kuiper goes 2 for 5, 2 ribbies. All on August 29, 1977. Special day for our buddy Kuiper. And hey, before we go, he joins Willie Mays on this date in Giants history because on August 29, 1965, Willie Mays broke Ralph Kiner's National League record with his 17th homer in a month. Woo! Stay hot, Willie Mays. Giants beat the Mets 8-3. Willie Mays hits his 17th bomb of the month on his way to the MVP on August 29, 1965. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
Got a rubber game today in Milwaukee between the Giants and the Brewers. Hayden Birdsong goes to the mound, and some good news. Patrick Bailey is back. Let's talk to Joe Rizzo all about it. He'll be on the call with FP Santangelo. What's happening? How are you?
Hey, John. Excited to be heading back home. I haven't been on this entire trip, but talking to the people that have been, and it sounds like it's been like a month on the road because they had 2 off days on this trip. So I think everyone is looking forward to getting back to San Francisco. And it's a chance today, as this trip has kind of been up and down, you still have a chance to win a series on the road against a first-place team. So that would be a nice accomplishment and a nice way to end a road trip if they can get it done today.
And no doubt about it. Plus, I got to tell you that the city, typical early fall in the city or late summer, beautiful days. So you guys are going to be happy to be back. Let's get to some of the good news. Patrick Bailey reinstated from the 10-day IL. That's good news.
Very good news. Obviously, this is a completely different team when Patrick Bailey is back there behind the plate. And, I mean, we all know he's just so valuable that even when he's struggling offensively, and the struggles have been very evident for him really since the All-Star break, he still provides so much value for this team with how he handles the staff and the elite pitch framing and just how he controls a ball game. And that's no knock on the other catchers that we've seen throughout the year for the Giants. It's an elite player back there. And I think the Giants are real excited that he only had to miss, 8 games. I mean, those oblique injuries, especially with such a demanding physical position that he plays. I mean, you go out with an oblique and you start thinking, well, if this is bad, it could be weeks, maybe even worse than that. The fact that it was the minimum amount of time on the IL. Very good news. And who knows, maybe a little bit of time off can perhaps clear the mind a little bit offensively. And perhaps he can get back to kind of how he was swinging it earlier on in this season.
I agree with you 100%. Joe Rizzo's in Milwaukee. We're getting ready for day baseball, the rubber game between the Brewers and the Giants. Plus, it's nice to get him back because the Brewers are so athletic. They remind you of the Diamondbacks a little bit. They're going to run on you. And so Kirk Casale's done a nice job. It's a combination of the pitchers and the catchers. But to get Patrick Bailey back for this final game would be a big deal because the Brewers are athletic. They'll go.
They are. They're a fun team to watch. We had seen this Brewers team until 2 days ago, just kind of checking in on them from afar. And I'm a believer that about what this team is doing and perhaps that they could really make some noise in the playoffs. I mean, the National League playoff picture is wide open right now. I mean, the Phillies got off to that great start, but they've kind of been struggling a little bit by their standards. The Dodgers are doing their thing. The D-backs and the Padres are probably the two hottest teams right now in the National League. But this Brewers team, I mean, they're just kind of rolling along. And when you are as athletic as they are, like you said, and that is reflected in how they run the bases, in terms of stealing bags and taking an extra 90 feet, and it's also reflected in how they play defense. And this might be the best defensive team in baseball. When you have both of those things going for you, that's a pretty good formula come playoff time where you're involved in a lot of close games late. And I think it's definitely a team, if they get some good starting pitching, that could very well make some noise come October.
Absolutely. They kind of got a funky bullpen a little bit like the Giants. We'll get more into it. Talk about the starting lineups, and there's an athlete that's hot on the Giants. We'll get into that next with Joe Rizzo from Milwaukee. Day Baseball only here on the Sports Leader.
Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Joe Rizzo with us as we get you ready for day baseball, rubber game in Milwaukee, Giants and the Brewers. We were talking about the Brewers athletes, but we're starting to get obviously a good look at some of the athletes on the Giants, and I looked at Grant McCray's minors numbers, and I thought, man, good outfielder. Can he hit? 6 for 18 on the road trip with a couple of home runs, and the home runs aren't cheap ones. So speaking of athletes, he just looks smooth out there, Grant McCray.
He does. Watched a lot of Grant McCray in the minor leagues and in spring training the past few years, and for me, the best defensive center fielder in the Giants farm system these past few seasons, and it's good to see that translate here at the major league level. The jumps that he gets on fly balls, I think, are well above average, and obviously he's got great speed that allows him to cover a lot of ground, gap to gap, which at Oracle Park, as we all know, is very, very important. And look, you never know how the bat's going to go, especially, we're talking about a guy who was in Double-A at the beginning of this season. So that's a really big jump for him. going from Double-A in April and May to a few months later, he's now an everyday player on a big league roster. But he's obviously playing with a lot of confidence. It sounded like some of the struggles that he actually had in Double-A at the beginning of the year have helped him, kind of going through some of that adversity and figuring out what you need to do at that point to make that one last jump up to the major league level, and he's done that. Now, obviously, there are going to be a lot more adjustments he's going to have to make here to stay here and be an everyday guy, but the raw talent and skills and athleticism that we see really on a nightly basis, that's the kind of stuff that is harder to teach. And I think what is got everyone really excited about what Grant McCray brings to the table. So if you're going to be a contending team going forward, you have to be strong up the middle. And I think the Giants feel like there's a really interesting and talented core there with Bailey and what Fitzgerald has provided up the middle this year, and Grant McCray and of course Jung-Hoo Lee when he's back next year. These are pieces you really hope you can build around in coming years.
Yeah, and Joe, and it must be fun for you because you've seen these guys for a long time and growing into possibly what they're going to be. But I heard Grant on our morning show the other day, and he's got such a great attitude. His dad was obviously Rodney McCray, and he was a grinder. And it just seems like, he was around baseball his whole life. He just seems like one of those guys. He's got the right mentality. He seems kind of laid back about it. 3 out of 10 times you're going to fail if you're really good at this level. And he just kind of knows all those things. It was really refreshing to hear him talk.
Yeah, a great mindset. He certainly benefited from being around the game so much as a kid. And I think back to he was a part of the 2019 draft class. So he was a third-round pick out of high school. He's very young, 18 years old. And that next year, there was no minor league baseball. The entire year was canceled. And I've always thought those 2019 draft picks, especially the really young guys, what a difficult situation to kind of have to deal with. He basically had to wait 2 years to start his pro career. And I know he was also hurt quite a bit in that 21 season. So it wasn't until late in 21, which was 24 months after the Giants drafted him, that he could get going. So you talk about having to be mentally strong to go with all the physical skills, obviously, that he's got. Pretty impressive jump for him. And to get through the system as quickly as he did and now have an impact at the major league level, I think is really exciting stuff.
Those are great points. Joe, have a great call. It's always good to talk to you. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, John.
You got it. That is the great Joe Rizzo. He and FP are going to be on the call. There's great insight into Grant McCray if you think about it, those couple of years, the 24 months until they get going. So obviously he's still fighting back from that, but he's been off to a great start. Like I said, we'll get more on him in Diamond Notes. More pregame coming up next. Getting ready for day baseball. Brewers and the Giants, only here on the Sports Leader. Thanks for joining us. By the way, somebody texted in and said, "Are these not award-winning Diamond Notes?" Because I guess I hadn't mentioned that they are. Yeah, they're not. They're not just when like Tolbert and Coves or somebody else. Yeah, they're award-winning Diamond Notes. Of course they are. Today, hopefully Patrick Bailey plays. He was reinstated from the 10-day IL, which is good because as we were talking about with Joe Rizzo, the Brewers, they are athletic and they'll run on you. So Patrick Bailey gets a break, and hopefully that will recharge his bat. We know that he was struggling. He's a little bit tired for the second consecutive year. So maybe that the fact that he was out with that oblique, which those things can be kind of funky, that he'll come back, he'll be recharged and play some great baseball with the bat. And, of course, he already does that with the glove, with framing, throwing, all those kind of things. So it should be fun to watch him against the Brewers base runners today. Let's give you the keys to the game. That's brought to us by our good friends at Stevens Creek Infinity, where luxury is affordable. Visit StevensCreekInfinity.com for obtainable luxury without the high price tag. How about go at least 5? If Giants starter goes 5 or more innings, it sounds simple enough, doesn't it? The Giants are 50-31. Hayden Birdsong has gone 5 or more in only 4 of his 10 Major League starts, but here's the good news. He's gone 5+ in 4 of his last 6, so hopefully that continues. And again, they're 50-31 under that scenario. Player to bank on, that's Poppy Bank, located throughout California. Poppy Bank is here to help you hit your financial goals. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. How about Ryan Walker? If he gets into this game, that would be good news. He's converted all 4 of his save opportunities since moving to the closer role and has struck out 19 of his last 36 batters. He is a natural as a closer. Let's go to the starting pitchers. That's brought to us by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned and authorized retailers today, or at benjaminmoore.com. Hayden Birdsong, as we said, 3-3 with a 4.57. 1 hit, 4 walks, struck out 5 over 4 scoreless in a no decision against the Mariners on Friday. He's got to watch his walks. 7 walks over his last 8 2/3, and only 39 of his 80 pitches last time out in Seattle were for strikes. So that's something to watch today. Brewers have the veteran Aaron Savali on the mound. He's just 4-8 with a 4.84. No decision Friday in that 11-3 win over the A's. Did go up 3 runs, 4 hits, 4 walks over 4. He struck out 3. The Giants should be able to get to him. And let's get to who's hot. Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 62 years. I told you we'd talk about Grant McCray. We will. 6 for 18 on the road trip, 2 home runs. By the way, who's not? Tyler Fitzgerald had that great start, was hitting home runs all over the place. 4 for 21 on the roadie with 8 Ks. They're throwing him a ton of sliders. So hot Grant McCray, a little cold. That is Tyler Fitzgerald. We'll come back with the X Factor and the out-of-town scoreboard, getting you ready for day baseball between the Brewers and the Giants on the Sports Leader. Award-winning Diamond Notes continues. We'll get you ready for the Brewers and the Giants, the finale before the Giants come home. Let's give you the X Factor. That's sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in, 1-800-GAMBLER. Score 4. Very, very simple, right? Not so much for the Giants. If they score 4 or more, they're 53-23. I'm no mathematician, but that's 30 over 500. If they are less than 3, 14-44. So, yeah, outscore your opponents, but 4 has been the key, the magic number for the Giants. Let's get you the out-of-town scoreboard, the NorCal Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Let's go places with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Some day baseball Thursday, obviously getaway for a lot of teams today. The Giants and the Brewers will kick everything off. A couple A's in Cincinnati to take on the Reds, the Dodgers, and the Orioles. Top of third, a couple underway right now, the Angels and the Tigers from the Motor City, and a bunch of games later on today. As far as the lineup today for the Giants against the Brewers, here's what we've got. Lamont Wade Jr. against Aaron Savali, the right-hander. He'll lead off and play first base. Tyler Fitzgerald, like I said, in a bit of a slump, 4 for 21 with 8 strikeouts on this road trip, and it started in Seattle with all those sliders, and it's continued with the Brewers. So he's got to adjust to their adjust. That's what young players have to do. He's hitting second and playing shortstop. Elliot Ramos in his familiar left field. He's hitting third. Michael Conforto's your DH, and he's hitting cleanup today. Matt Chapman, third base, hitting fifth. Patrick Bailey, as we said, back in the lineup, and the Brewers going to test him running. But, of course, great framer, and hopefully his bat will come around. A little bit of time off. That's not a bad thing. He's catching and hitting sixth. Encarnacion is in right field today. Grant McCray, as I said, he's been the hot Giant right now. 6 for 18 in this road trip. A couple of nice home runs as well, playing some solid defense. And Tyro Estrada is playing second base. As far as the Brewers are concerned, their lineup, same thing. Bryce Terang, he leads things off. He's going to run. Churio, the nice rookie. Contreras, who had that 15-pitch at bat against Logan Webb. Reese Hoskins from Sacramento. Willie Adames, free agent after the year. Gary Sanchez is catching. Short-time Giant Joey Ortiz is at first. Bryce Perkins had that stolen home run a couple of days ago. He's in center field. That's your lineup for both teams. And those are your Diamond Notes as we get you ready for the Giants and the Brewers around the ballpark. And the rest of the Giants pregame is coming up right now, only here on the Sports Leader.